Okie dokie. Yep, looks like we're live. That's good. So, hey, hi. Been a while. Haven't touched the game. I've been having some trouble trying to get things rolling. Trying to like stream anything that isn't the normal main like shows we do twice a week here. Mostly because I was trying to get the PS5 set up for streaming through like my Elgato, but then it turns out that my computer is dying. Or by dying, I mean it's meeting its age, and it will not power the Elgato all the way, I think, or it won't read it. One or the other. I don't know. I know the Elgato still works because the feed will go through, right? Like I'll see it on the screen, but then when I try to plug it into my computer, it refuses to encode. That's what it refuses to do. Which sucks because the PlayStation 5 is way more powerful than my computer. My computer has no problem streaming when it doesn't have to also run the game. And I was going to do some other stuff. We were going to catch up on Star Rail. I was going to start some other games. But, yeah. That really didn't happen. So, I set up Star Rail. Which, it'll be a little laggy. It'll take some time to reload sometimes. But it works. And we're really far behind on the story anyway. So we should definitely get back to progressing. I think, like, we've got some side stories we need to do just because there's places to grind in those side areas. Like, we still never did the Fixtural Garden. So I've never been able to grind the follow-up and dot pieces on this set outside of follow-up shows up in the weekly bosses. Hey, Mike. Yeah. But I think we need to prioritize the story first. So even longer not being able to farm the follow-up set. I think story-wise, if we were to open up the missions, the last thing we're at the Farewell to Penacony part with Sparkle and Firefly. So I think that's what we're gonna end up doing today. That's our goal. I have no idea how far we're gonna continue. Cool thing, actually, before we go anywhere, I did not end up getting the Herda. Because I do dailies on this account, at least, sometimes. Not all the time. But I always do weeklies. So we do end up accumulating some of the Jade. I will end up doing the events that happen limited time. If they're just like a not very story-heavy event that just has like limited time rewards, like the Stellar Jade. So we did have pulls. While I didn't get the Herda, which is currently the best unit in the game, I did get Aglaya, if this will load, which is good, because previous to this, we also had... Oh, I also pulled Sunday in between. It's been a while since I've streamed this. But we had Huahua, right? So as we have Huahua, managed to pull Sunday, and we have Aglaya. We actually have a team to make her pop off, so I think we're just going to use Aggie for the story in general, because she's a fun character to play. She just gets to keep attacking over and over and over again. And, yeah, that's how we're going to do it. So, where were we? Reverie. Got to go back to our room. Which I think that's the closest teleport. But hey, yeah, nice to see you. I should really stream more often. I mean, technically, I stream twice a week. It's just, the normal hour and a half long, sometimes plus change shows. But I should really be streaming games more often when I have free time.
Should you have
Lord knows I have free
take
time.
some time for a bath.
It's been so long since I've done this part of the game. That's kind of like the deal with this channel, ain't it, though? Like, I'll play a large extent of the story all in one go, and then I just won't come back for months, and then we'll have more story we have to catch up on.
Nothing is better than staying safe in reality.
Which,
It's a massive airship, and it's awesome.
we're gonna have even more story to catch up on soon, so I better get to it, right?
Only
I think there's,
VIP guests of the family get to
next
board it
week?
and enjoy
I think
the
next week is the new
breathtaking
patch.
views of Penacony.
I can't
The
play every day in the
Irish
week,
family
though.
sent us a bunch of souvenirs.
I could probably
The
do
baskets,
Tuesdays,
plus this
maybe
fancy
some
water
Wednesday.
bottle.
Maybe,
After
but
you
Tuesdays
wrap
and
up your
Fridays
cake,
until
you
we
can
catch up,
enjoy them
that
all.
might be possible.
We are pretty much celebrities on the planet of festivities now.
You know, unless I want to stream in the middle of the night when nobody's watching, but isn't that what I used to do anyway?
The Stellaron was sealed while you were sleeping. The ordinary people in Penacony have no idea what happened. They just feel like something's missing from their memories. The family's official statement was like, the Charmony Festival
I think
was
today,
attacked
though,
by an unidentified Stellaron and came
I
to a
might
halt.
just stream
After all,
until
you
Marsupial gets
just
home.
reveal the truth about the Order.
Maybe.
Now,
It depends
all
on
major
the
lineages,
today's
except
schedule.
for the Oak family, are dealing with the aftermath.
Just because by the time he
family
gets home, I'm
has
going to want
invited
dinner.
the crew to the Radiant Feldspar as witnesses for an important meeting.
Maybe I'll stream until dinner. I don't know. We'll see.
Why the sudden interest in that? Well, I was.
But we've got
dragged
several
into this
hours,
sweet dream.
assuming my computer wants to
Felt
put up
a
with it
cold
until then.
tentacle diving into my memories.
So, we'll attempt it.
Something else was there. So the
It could
tentacle
die at
suddenly
any time. It could just
disappeared.
crash. But if it does, and it's not too late, I'll just restart the stream.
Face with delicious food and going on a shopping spree. Sunday didn't seriously believe that was the life I wanted, right? Breaking free from that cheesy illusion was just a piece of cake. Yeah, let's go. We've got some time before we board the ship, so let's catch up with everyone at Dream Jolt Hostelry.
Oh, that's right. We're not even... I just realized we're not even at the Sparkle and Firefly part. Right? Or are we? I don't remember. Did I actually play through the end cutscene after beating the boss? We may still have to watch, like, the end scenes. I didn't go back and rewatch the video. This is the first stream I've done since beating it. If you recall, the very last stream I did of this game, we struggled to beat Sunday. Now, part of that was I had been up for 24 hours at that point, and I had been streaming for close to 12 of it. I took a break about 10-ish hours in, 10 and a half, I think, almost 11. Went to go mow the lawn, and then I came back, and I did not beat Sunday.
How extravagant.
Since then, I did record me beating Sunday. It is in the playlist, so if you're somebody who follows along our trip through this, you could go back and watch me beating Sunday. It's because I just don't give this account the attention it needs when I'm not playing it on stream. So our units just aren't built. Though this at Glaya team is not that bad. I did find some two-piece sets that could work for it. Plus, you know, having Sunday supplement it, she's going to be doing damage. And Sparkle will be replaced with Remembrance
Kafka's
Trailblazer
words,
when we
that's
get to that
also
point in the
a
game and
missing
can
part of
use
my life.
Remembrance Trailblazer.
Still, it'd be quite inconvenient if I can't move freely.
But I think having this,
Could you
like,
help me
Aglaya
out,
team,
Silverwolf?
we should have absolutely no problem just creaming
I
through
knew you'd say that.
the rest
Don't
of the
worry.
story that we've
I've
missed.
hacked all the systems and left no trace. Don't do anything that may draw attention, and don't talk with guards. They might recognize you. Keep these 2 points in mind, and you can go wherever you want, unbothered.
Thank you.
No problem, Miss Samuel. I love this fake name. Now that we're done here in Penacony, what will
I
you
mean,
do in your free
Silverwolf,
time?
isn't every
I
name
have a
Firefly
cheeky
uses a
buddy
fake name?
here. How about we go stir up some excitement?
Well, you know, my script isn't over yet.
I didn't
Her actual
really
name is
ask
just
to
like
hear an answer like that.
a couple letters and some numbers.
Don't worry. The script says that I'll experience 3 deaths, but also receive an unforgettable reward on the planet of festivities. How will I know if I don't try? All possibilities exist until the outcome actually happens.
Okay, this looks like we are actually in the mission that I thought we were.
You may not realize it, but you have a bad habit. Whenever you seem to be asking a question, you've already made up your mind, and no words will dissuade you. Anyway, Kafka
I often
asked
have
me
that
to
bad
pass
habit
on
too.
this message. If you see anything fabulous in Penacony, get one for me too. Just swipe my card, you know the pin. She didn't specify anything, but I guess she means a dress, coat, sunglasses, or something else. You know better about fashion than I do.
Sure, I'll keep an eye out. There's tons of options at OT Mall. Do you think she'll like trinkets, like hair accessories or brooches?
Those sound more like something for young girls. Maybe you should keep them for yourself. Oh, by the way, Blade wanted you to be more careful. He didn't explicitly say it, but I think he was trying to say something like, temptation will show up again in Penacony.
It's me.
He's
I'm
always
temptation.
subtle with his words.
Got it. He was just worried about me. Relax, Silverwolf. You know me. I won't do anything crazy. I just want to wander around and see more of the world for myself. I want to buy some oat cake rolls. I've had a cake roll every day since I arrived in Penacony, from the first day to the last.
You know, at some point, I should probably check my laundry. I forgot
But
that I put
today,
laundry in.
I'll buy 2 and give you 1. And if you don't like them, I'll
I might
enjoy
get
double
up
the
and
pleasure.
check my laundry several
Or
times.
I can bring one to Kafka, as she never refuses. Or maybe I'll give it to Blade. He'll appreciate it. That's not written in the script, right? But as you see, I have added new footnotes to my destiny.
Oh yeah, these POV switches, they might take a while. Let's see. Meanwhile, in the Radiant Phil's farm.
Welcome, Director Topaz. The family ambassadors are still inside making preparations, but the big boss hasn't arrived yet. It'll be a while before the conference starts, I'm afraid.
Huh.
Yeah.
Quite a
You know,
spectacle.
I've personally already seen all this because I'm
Family
caught up on
really
my
knows
own
how to make
account.
things look impressive.
I'm just gonna let this play while I check
thought
to
they
see if
would
the
choose
laundry's
a more
done.
formal and low-key location for the conference. I didn't expect them to go with a luxury airship.
About this, Director. I've asked around. This airship, named the Radiant Feldspar, belongs to the Alfalfa family. This conference between the IPC and the family will have a direct impact on Penacony's future. Such an important event should have been held at well, somewhere secretive in the moment of morning dew. The atmosphere here, it doesn't feel serious enough.
If I'm right, this conference is probably just a prelude. Whoever organized it wants to assess the IPC stance beforehand. This influential figure either has their own ambitions and wants to reach a preliminary agreement, or they plan to put pressure on us to make us back
It
off.
was in fact done, so I switched it over.
Oh, your mind is always so sharp, Director Topaz. And when the big boss arrives, please remind her to be cautious and watch out for any traps.
Thank you for the reminder, but I don't think that will be necessary. When she's at the table, it's the others who need to be cautious. Just tell everyone on our team to stay focused on their tasks and not worry about the negotiations.
Oh, got it. I'll do it right away.
Oh, and one more thing. Don't call Miss Jade Big Boss in front of her, or there will be serious consequences. I mean, really serious.
Got it. Thank you for the reminder, Director.
Okay, so now we're running around as Topaz. I don't think we have any fights. Really? But, you know what? This team itself could be really funny. With Topaz, because Sunday can greatly increase her Numby damage. And so, why not? Why not just stick with it?
None of the important figures.
There's a
have
lot of, like,
arrived
really
yet.
quick point of views where there's just no fight whatsoever.
Looks like the conference won't be starting for a while.
And I remember when I played through this on my
I think
personal
I'll take a
account,
little walk around.
I wasted so much time switching teams for like a little POV that had no battles.
Oh, are you hungry, Numby? Food in the dream. Shouldn't taste bad, right? Numby, catch! Ooh, oops, not to your liking, huh? Sorry. I'll treat you to a nice meal once we get back to reality.
It's interesting that warp trotters get to enter the dream. There's implications about that I did not consider the first time I played this. Oh. Where are you going? Something's caught your nose? Up. Oh, okay.
Ooh, free stuff. Hard work pays off.
Oh man, I just realized this account doesn't have either character that makes finding chests easier. So we should probably use Numby while we have him. Where's it? It's behind here? Yeah. Okay.
Ooh, free stuff.
many centuries would it take to press them all? Huh. Didn't expect those pooches to actually recycle them all.
Huh? What are these?
They're fun buttons.
For your safety, please stay away from those objects.
For my safety? Are these buttons something dangerous?
Not exactly. Lately, there's been a prankster in the Sweet Dream who's been handing out strange button devices to anyone he meets. According to those involved, he said something like, "Just press this button and all of Penacony will explode." Luckily, no one believed him. Still, the Bloodhound family collected these buttons just to be on the safe side.
It would have been cool if all of Penacony did explode.
Where's that prankster? Haven't the hounds caught him yet?
Yeah, that guy has some skills, I'll have to admit that. However, you know, the Bloodhound family won't give up. Whoever disrupts order in the dreamscape will face severe consequences. Anyway, the family will deal with these things. Please kindly keep your distance.
Sparkle's a really good actor, but I guess that's entirely her job.
Greetings, madame. What can I do for you?
Hello. Could you tell me more about the Radiant Feldspar?
I assume you are the ambassador of the IPC Strategic Investment Department. It's my honor to assist you. The Radiant Feldspar is owned by Mr. Odie Alfalfa, head of the Alfalfa family. Mr. Alfalfa invested a significant amount in building this luxurious airship an Ember era ago, and it has been sailing across the 12 hours of the dreamscape ever since.
I know they all have, like,
Oh, so it's owned by old Odie himself.
plant names.
No wonder the ship is so lavishly decorated.
Which Alfalfa is just a plant, but
Indeed.
man, I can't think of the
Mr.
name Alfalfa
Alfalfa
without
has
thinking of
impeccable taste.
our gang, Little
Only
Rascals.
the most prestigious guests are invited by the Alfalfa family to board this airship. Please allow me to continue my introduction. The Radiant Feldspar had been cruising over the Sea of Dreams in Penacony for an entire Ember era. But its voyage was temporarily
remember-
halted due to the
was it like
recent
4th grade or whatever?
reverberation.
We had an assignment where we had to grow
Reverberation.
alfalfa
Such a
in like a
formal
little
way of putting
carton.
it.
I have
You're
no
really
idea why they would
downplaying
give
the
that
whole
assignment to
thing.
kids. It's not like it was one of those ones that
I
taught you
apologize.
responsibility or
Please
not.
continue.
It's hard to mess up growing alfalfa, but we had to do it.
Following the previous reverberation in the Sweet
I think I
Dream,
ate mine
the
afterwards
Radiant
too.
Feldspar had to suspend its voyage temporarily. Thankfully, the factors that disrupted the dreamscape have been resolved. However, due to, well, certain special reasons, the Charmony Festival, originally scheduled at the Penacony Grand Theater, had to be temporarily postponed. So, Mr. Alfalfa suggested relocating the Charmony Festival to the Radiant Feldspar, taking this opportunity to announce the resumption of the airship's voyage.
Ah, well, that would meet the family's needs and also create momentum for Mr. Alfalfa
Oh.
himself.
Hello there, Blue
Fitting
Candy.
for a legendary
Everything's
figure
going
like
fine.
him.
How about you?
Thank you for explaining matters to me. Goodbye.
Just catching up on the story on this account. I haven't streamed in forever, so we're pretty far behind.
Hello? The talent motivation department? Again? Internal review? Will it ever end? I'm working on a major project. I don't have time to squabble with you guys. The way I handled the Urillo case was approved by senior
I can't say
management,
I
and
have been
all
keeping
of
up
the project logs and calls are
with
complete. Can't you check on them yourselves?
quite a
I
bit
just don't
of the
understand.
dailies,
Why are
so
you so fixated on this minor case and constantly escalating
we
it?
do have some characters that I
Seriously,
wouldn't have if I haven't
what's
been
your
playing at all
purpose?
since the last time I streamed.
Sounds exhausting.
Hey, Fistchoso. Let's see.
not
How long
just
have I been streaming? God, that's a
In my
crazy
time,
question.
You handled that project quite well. A little ball of ice. in
I think the
exchange
first
for
time I
one
ever
piece
streamed
of steak.
anything was probably either late
That's not a bad
2010,
deal
early
for the
2011.
department.
but like on and off since then, nothing consistent really.
I've been looking forward to working with you. Never imagined this day would come so soon. Is there trouble? You can tell me anything. Just like old times.
Ah, it's been a while, Madam Jade. I'm honored to have the opportunity to work with you.
You're still so formal, aren't you? Forget about the hierarchy and treat me as your equal. No need for unnecessary titles like Madam.
I'm sorry, but it might take some time to get used to that. After all, you are a senior.
Though I guess at least for the last few years,
Now that
while
we're
I don't
both
consistently do the
members of
games
Stone
and stuff
Hearts,
on this channel,
I need
we
you
have
to
been
be
doing
the
our
best, especially since the
Monday
upcoming negotiations
and Thursday
are
night
room for
talk
error.
show streams consistently.
As sharp
So
as you are, I'm sure you've figured out the true purpose of this conference.
you're thinking about starting to play this game? What's my opinion on it?
believe
This is
old Odin
probably
has
one of my
taken it
favorite
upon
games right now. I
himself
love
to
Honkai Star
test
Rail.
our limits. Before
It's
the
a very
official
simple
negotiations
but
between the IPC
still
and Penacony.
strategic RPG.
That's
Since you have so many different
and it
characters
works
to
in
build
our
team
favor.
comps with, and they interact with
Do
each
you
other
know
in different
why?
ways.
If we can reach some sort of
It's really
agreement with
fun
old Odie
if you're
beforehand
into
and
things like
gauge our opponent's boundaries,
turn
think
order
negotiations will
manipulation,
go
because
much
that's
more
what most of the
smoothly.
game is.
that's the obvious
It's
benefit.
buffing characters in the right order,
And the hidden benefit
advancing
is that
yourself
as the
forward,
head of
delaying
the
the
alfalfa
opponent, stuff like
family,
that.
His actions suggest that the 5 lineages
But it's not so
might not be as
complicated.
united
Like,
as
oh,
the oaths
pretty much
of
anybody
harmony
could play through this
suggest.
game. And
As
the
long as
story's
influence
pretty
of
good.
harmony
I don't know if I'd
hasn't
say it was like the
completely
best
permeated
story,
their
even by
core,
the company, but it's
personal
pretty good. It's
desires
enjoyable.
will
I've been
always have
enjoying
their
it.
way.
It
Thankfully,
takes a lot of
influential
investment
figures
to
in
like
Penacony
fully enjoy.
haven't entirely
It's almost like
suppressed their
having a
own
second job.
desires.
But you could get through it casually
similar
if
to the
all you
power
care about
struggles
is the
within the
main story
IPC.
content and not the side content in the
The
game.
supposed all-for-one philosophy shared by the 5 lineages.
But it's definitely a recommend.
It's just a slogan.
I just think I probably would recommend it more on the casual side than the
After the
hardcore side.
downfall of the Yoke family, old OT's faction became the dominant force in Penacony.
On my main
Even
account,
if
I
we
play more the
consider
hardcore
only
side.
the
I actually
succession
just
order,
went
he's the
through
longest serving and most
the
senior
rotating
among all
endgame
the
mode, Memory of
lineages.
Chaos. And that one was tough, but I did beat
That's
it.
exactly why we need to handle the conference following an agreed-upon strategy. It's like
This account
playing a
for
game of
streaming
chess,
is just for basically
where
the story.
every move
So
needs to be carefully thought out.
I'll go through Memory of Chaos, but I won't do more than
Absolutely.
stage 9
The 3
out
steps
of 12
negotiation.
because this account is
Listen,
just not built to
test,
do more
and
than that.
strike.
But
That's what you
I need
told me.
some of the pull rewards so I can keep pulling the characters.
Although you seem to have changed the order in the Yarilo case.
That was based on my personal experience.
I apologize for interrupting your conversation, but the family head is ready to
Also,
meet the
thanks for
ambassadors
following.
from the Strategic Investment Department.
Time to get to work. Let's prepare ourselves and meet that esteemed supporting actor. Remember, our goal is to create an opportunity for the IPC to enter Penacony. Aventurine has already made a small opening, and you and I, we're going to tear it wide open.
Oh, you're a streamer too? That's cool. It's a fun hobby. I think because I have 2 accounts, one where I do spend money on, and this one I don't spend any money on whatsoever. I consider this account belongs to the channel. So if any money's ever spent on it, it's only if donations are gone to it, but I would not even necessarily encourage that. But it does give me a nice perspective having both a hardcore account where I spend some money and having what is effectively a completely free-to-play account that's more casual. Because it lets me see like what a more casual player can and can't do or should be expected to do. Like some of these bosses in the story, super easy on my main account, really tough on this one.
Feldspar. Smart and charming.
Beatable.
ladies.
It just takes effort.
Please, have a seat. Let's have a pleasant conversation.
I'd like to see some of your work. I mean, not right now, but you can always like DM it to me or whatever. Twitter is I'm a Demetal, which I could type in the Twitch chat, or there's a Discord link below. So I'm fine with looking at people's stuff off stream. But right now, I am focused on the story.
Welcome aboard, my dear ladies. Forgive me for any lack of attentiveness that might have led to a lengthy wait outside.
No problem at all, Mr. Alfalfa. It's my honor to meet you in person. You may not be aware, but the book Odie Alfalfa, the biography, is a must-read for all Strategic Investment Department employees.
After all, to many, you are the legendary figure who single-handedly built the Penacony economy.
I expected no less from the 10 Stonehearts from the Strategic Investment Department.
I like old Odie's design.
You're definitely skilled in the
But that's
art of
also
conversation.
probably because he looks very different than
I
most
always
things you see in the
enjoy
game, so
talking
he's
to smart people
interesting.
'cause
He is a
we don't
Pepeshi,
have to beat
which we saw
around the
plenty of
bush.
them. They're just like
We
really
can just
small
get
children people
straight to the point
with little
instead.
pom-poms on their head.
Since
But
I've
Odie's
invited
got more like this
IPC
total
ambassadors on
dwarvish
board,
Keebler elf
I'm
look
sure
going
you've
on,
figured
which
out
makes
the
him more
topic I'd
interesting
to
with like the pointy
discuss.
ears.
Yes?
The future of Penacony, if I'm not mistaken.
I also hate when they do this.
Precisely. Those few words
I can see that
represent a
treasure
terribly
chest
complicated situation
in the
indeed.
backdrop.
Let's take that golden-haired
And when I
gentleman
can
who's
see
not
the
showing
treasure
up, for
chest in the
example.
backdrop,
He
I
put in
can't
great
really
effort
think about
and
anything
almost got
going on
himself
in the
killed.
scene except for the
But
fact that
what
there's a
was
treasure
involved?
chest in the backdrop. And
Wasn't
now I
it
have to wait for the scene to be
eventually
over
create an
to get
opportunity for
said
the
treasure
IPC
chest.
to regain control of the precious Astana?
And they
The
do this in
wisdom
all
and
their games
experience
pretty
you've
much.
accumulated over 10 Amber
Except
Eras
for
is
Honkai
truly
Impact 3rd,
impressive.
because all of the scenes
Let's
that
assume
aren't
your assumptions
cinematic
correct, Mr.
are done in like
Alfalfa.
visual novel format.
How would you respond to the IPC's actions?
But in Genshin they do that.
I
In
appreciate your
this one, I guess not
composure,
ZZ. ZZZ is also
You
kind
must
of
have
visual
witnessed
novel, so I
much
don't
in
have
your
that
worldly
problem.
experience.
Mostly just this game and Genshin, I guess. But I'll just be in a scene and I'll see a
Perhaps
treasure
you
chest in the
don't know
background
much
and I
about
can't focus
Penacony.
anymore.
Old Oti won't sit idly by when faced with a greedy wolf.
Please, go ahead. I'm all ears.
Yes, Fischoso. I remember that you mentioned the stock
I
Japanese
requested this
fantasy
meeting
setting TV
before the
tropes
official
page.
Conference to dissuade the Strategic Investment Department from trying to lay a finger on Penacony. If you back off now,
I tend to steer clear of
you can
TV
make a
tropes
smooth
in
exit
general,
and
but
prevent
you
the
know,
IPC
if
from
people have
losing
tags
face
that
during
help
more
them avoid
important
things they don't want to watch,
negotiations.
that's fine.
One of our P45 executives. was
Though the way you
tasked with
described it
nearly
sounds like it's a
killed
pretty
in the
useless
Dreamscape.
tag.
The IPC can't simply ignore this incident. Moreover, considering the turbulence during the Charmony Festival, Penacony's credibility has taken a hit in the public's eyes. Despite your determined attitude, the issues plaguing Penacony are real, are they not?
You use the term real, Miss Topaz, but let's not forget that this is the realm of dreams.
I am here.
If you want to succeed here, you need ambition and unconventional thinking. Curious about how I plan to respond to the IPC? Well, I don't mind sharing. My actions will help Penacony take a significant step forward by self-listing and going public.
Going public?
If I'm not mistaken, you want to bypass the IPC and go public on a universal scale.
Precisely. Instead of watching the IPC gnaw away at Penacony, I'd prefer to open the doors of the sweet dream to the entire universe. Starting today, anyone in the cosmos can become a shareholder of the Land of the Dreams.
Oh,
This is
snap.
the path of
Penacony's going
harmony
public.
I'll choose. This reform should have been implemented earlier, but unfortunately, the Oak family were a bunch of blockheads blinded by order. Their level of intellectual flexibility doesn't even come close to an old fellow like me. Thanks to the little reverberation earlier, the biggest obstacle between me and my reforms has been eliminated. The Alfalfa family will publicize the financial results of Sweet Dream Paradise, so that the entire universe can see that despite the catastrophe, Penacony still holds immense potential and opportunities, and that the family remains confident in its future.
Crisis and opportunity are two sides of the same coin. So, you've been waiting for the right moment for Penacony to regain the spotlight. And if Penacony should seize this opportunity to overcome adversity, even if the IPC tries to intervene, every move we make will be scrutinized by trillions of people.
Now I'm convinced that you've indeed familiarized yourself with my biography, Miss Jade. So, about your next move. Please consider it carefully.
Indeed. We need some time to digest such a wealth of information. I suggest we conclude the first half of our conference, Mr. Alfalfa. Please allow
I
Tom
forget
Pescini to confer privately for a few moments, and to
just
respond
when
on
the
behalf of
voice
the
acting
IPC
strike
later.
started and how far back some people were missing voices.
Of course. Take your time.
More so, I forget if Himiko has a voice in this quest or not. I might have to do some reading. The further we get, the more reading I'm going to have to be doing during the scenes. Though I'm fine with reading anything that's not voiced, whether we're in a scene or not. As long as it's important. If something's not important, I'm just going to skip right through it. Like some random NPC stuff.
The Alfalfa family had a meeting with the IPC?
I got this information from a message sent by that IPC ambassador. He said it was to return the favor. It's not hard to imagine. Penacony today is pretty much like the frontier prison it once was, with external forces casting greedy eyes and the undercurrent of order lurking within. Instead of falling into a situation where they are plagued by both external and internal threats, Penacony would rather take a step back and invite the IPC to negotiate at the table, ostensibly to cooperate, but in reality, to secure more opportunities for their own survival.
Oh, do I share my feedback? I didn't really look much at it. Like I said, I was going to look at it
From the
after
Astral
the stream.
Express.
I'm focused on the story right now,
In
but
your
I can share feedback later.
Who should we stand behind?
I don't think the followers of the Harmony are completely innocent victims in all of this. For reasons unknown, they have a strong desire to smooth things over, which leads to speculation about their motives. If either the family or IPC were to assume full control of Penacony, it would return to its previous illusory dream of hedonism, and the efforts of those previous nameless would once again go to waste. There you are. Did you rest well?
Of course, after
I didn't disturb you since you were in a
after I get a
deep sleep.
desk again, after the next move, because we're moving again really shortly, I should really set up my my gooseneck so I can have my camera face down, and I should stream some art again, which would get me working on art far more often. It's just I'm at a table right now. This is not a very good setup for drawing, but I do art myself.
After Anna's dream was shattered,
And
the
art's
family
always fun to
branch
stream.
from the Montour system
But I can
soon
only do the
arrived
traditional
and
side.
Swiftly took
My
control
computer,
of the
I don't think, is
situation.
strong enough
Most members
to
of
stream
the
me
Oak
coloring
family fell
in
unconscious,
Photoshop
but fortunately,
afterwards.
their lives were not in danger.
I think my computer would die. Photoshop is so resource
To be
intensive.
Gopher Wood, the previous Dream Master. But by the time we arrived, he was dead already. He'll face a trial. As for further details, the family would rather not disclose them.
Ultimately, the public perceived the incident as an attack by evil forces targeting the Charmony Festival. They believe the family failed to safeguard the sweet dream, significantly eroding their credibility in the process. While quite different from the truth, this appears to be the outcome with the least impact.
After all, you don't know who's awake and who's pretending to be asleep.
Oh, 7.
Well, they'll open their eyes in the face of danger. Once the danger subsides, they'll
I forgot
embrace
she
the
was here.
sweet dream again. Here's a toast, with 3 glasses of Glory of the Trailblaze to all of you. Yeah, it's good to see you all again. Although we might be saying goodbye again after this reunion. When will the Astral Express leave Penacony?
We'll stay a bit longer, but not too long.
So, this is our final meeting then? If this is a farewell, then it seems to be missing something. Music? Atmosphere? Maybe a special drink to honor those who are not here. Let's see. The mixed drink should be solemn, dignified, and unique.
I
As we'll use it
forget
to
if
pay
I did
respect to
the
those
drink
fallen
mixing
heroes.
event on stream or not.
To the nameless, resting in peace.
I think I did.
And to Gallagher.
Though I would assume I wouldn't want to because it's not voiced at all. And that would have been a lot of reading, but I think I did. Okay, we're back to normal point of view.
Ready to mix your drink?
Now, if we really wanted to catch up, there we go. My microphone cut out for a second. The game would let us jump directly to the current story. There is a like a fast forward or early access thing.
I'm
But
not sure. I haven't seen
that
him
would just
since our
ruin the
last
story,
meeting in
wouldn't
the
it?
lounge. Come to think of it, he always did come and go quietly. We used to discuss everything here. But every time he'd leave, I'd realize that I didn't know him at all. Such is the mystery that is Gallagher. I have a hunch. Perhaps he's already fulfilled his wishes and won't be coming back. Before we start, would you like to talk to your friends? We have plenty of time.
No, that's good.
All right, as you wish. Huh. I think I have an idea about what drink to make. Would you like it bitter or sweet? It's up to you. Choose the flavor that suits you best at this moment.
Probably bitter.
Here's Bitter Dreams, the least popular drink in this bar. It's bitter and sour, just like the harsh realities of life. Not a bad choice. Let's start mixing.
Whew. Come on, load up. Okay. Yeah, we have to do the mixing thing. So, we need to start with the mini vintage glass. That one, okay. More ice. 2 liquid dusk. And 1 rejuvenating soda water. And a slice of lemon. I try to think of that event too. I don't remember if it was fun or not. Like, I remember exactly playing the event. I just don't know if I would describe it as fun because it was basically just math, right? Which half the events are. In Penacony, half the events were just math. There was like that one clocky event too where you had to play the action cards, and that was also basically just math. Is this fun math though? I mean, I do math for fun, but would other people have fun doing math?
And stir them well. Through the filter of time, what remains in the glass is something.
It's not even like complicated or fun math.
It's done. Here's
but
to
maybe
the
for the average
nameless
person, simple math might be more fun. I don't know.
And to my friend Gallagher, death is a bitter truth, but what you did will be remembered by history. We're not accepted by the outside world, so we've gathered here. And one day, our souls will return to the same place. Cheers.
You've got mail. Okay, let's make our way to the Radiant Felspar. Wrap things up soon. Let's meet at the aft pool in the stern, which is like the front of the ship. Oh, it's the one with all the trotters in it. Yeah. By the way, what are you doing on the Radiant's Felspar? And it's a secret. She's keeping secrets from us. Oh no. Be patient. We'll find out at the opening ceremony. Okay, let's go. Oh, say goodbye.
Oh, are you leaving? Oh, then take this with you.
You're gonna let me keep the
Mixed
glass?
more of
Oh.
this last special drink for you.
I guess it is just a dream. She
past
could probably
shouldn't
just
be
get new
forgotten.
glasses whenever she needs it.
So I hope it brings back the flavors of Penacony.
Thank you. I'm sure it'll leave a lasting impression.
If you happen to run into Gallagher, make sure he has a sip too. I know his tastes, and he'll be thrilled. Then, I guess you won't be seeing him. Alright, enough with the heavy stuff. You guys have important things to take care of, so let's not dwell on things. Whether it's the Astral Express or Penacony, there's still a long journey ahead. So let's lift our spirits, guys, and embark towards our tomorrows.
Switching to Jade's POV. It's interesting to see other characters' perspectives.
Old
I did
Odie's
like
a
that
tricky
in
opponent.
Penacony.
I didn't expect him to take.
I
the
even
risky
liked
step
Don
of
Hong's
going
side mission all the way
public at
back in
such
the
a
Lo Fu,
critical
which was
moment
kind
for
of
Penacony.
the POV switch thing
Indeed.
before they started
He's
doing that.
definitely bold.
It
It's that
makes the
kind of
story so much
boldness that made
longer.
him the Odie
In not
Alfalfa he is
necessarily a
today.
positive way, because you have to. It's the load
Still,
time. That's the problem
The
that makes it
outcome is
longer.
uncertain. Shouting loud doesn't necessarily carry any weight.
And I don't even think it's just my setup.
What about the phone call I asked you to make?
Even on the PS5, which is a stronger system, that's right next to the router, so there's
But
like
it'll take some time
almost no
before they
latency.
arrive.
Just as it should be.
It just takes
The
a while to
sweet
load.
dish
It's like, you
should
know,
be
you're sitting at this
served after.
screen the entire time that it's loading.
Looks like we'll be skipping.
wish there was
the
a more
stringing
seamless way of
apples
doing
step this time around.
Now that we're dealing with a greedy merchant, a simple apple wouldn't make a difference. Well, I guess I included
I think the
myself
reason
in
it
that
takes so
remark
long,
too.
even on the like a console
Now I'm a bit
or a better
curious,
machine,
Topaz.
is
Do
probably
you
because when
think
you switch the
Penacony's
POV,
all
they're
the
changing the
essence?
world state, like the zone that
Yes.
you're being loaded into.
Despite its recent calamity, Penacony remains a top quality
So it's like
asset
being
within
loaded
the
into a
cosmos,
different version of
with,
the zone.
good credit, lucrative potential, and promising prospects.
Well, that's obvious. But what I truly wanted to know is, this project is obviously too bland for your taste, isn't it?
That's true. I wouldn't be here if it weren't for Aventurine.
But despite that, you trust him. You even entrusted him with a cornerstone. Something as precious as life itself, to finish this gamble.
Are you not in the same boat, Miss Jade? Without us playing along, your Jade Stone wouldn't have made it across the border so easily, allowing you to see all desires that flow through dreams to gain a bargaining chip in negotiations. That's why I'm willing to stake my Topaz Stone to cover for you. It's like one big, elaborate game of chess.
Once that kid sets his mind to something, nothing can stop him. Not even fate. Well, at least he's still alive, and that's the best outcome.
Looks like we've strayed off topic, Miss Jade. Should we discuss our next steps?
There's some crazy stuff
need.
being built up with the
I'll go it
IPC
alone. Meanwhile, you can go
currently
greet
in the
our
story.
honored guest and wait for my
It's really hard to
message.
predict where it's going to go. Probably
Okay.
because so many of the characters have their own interests, but
Is that
it's cool that
Robin?
they have this organization
She's
that
also
can kind
here
of just
on the
pop
Radiant
up
Feldspar.
anywhere and you can continuously see. I don't think we have to fight as Jade either, but just in case, this would be a very awful Jade team. So who can we put on here? Somebody who hits multiple people very often. Herda would be good. Like little Herda. Yeah. Keep healer. And actually, maybe I should have just replaced Sparkle because I'm probably putting Sunday back on there. And since he's the best version of the action forward guys right now. Okay. Now it's a useless team change for something that's probably not going to matter.
Greetings, Miss Robin. I didn't expect to meet you here.
Miss Jade? Greetings. The opening ceremony for the Charmony Festival
I'll say, though,
has been moved to the Radiant
I
Feldspar.
liked this mission.
So I'm
I
here
can't
making
wait
some
till it's done and I'm
preparations.
out of Penacony.
How about you? Have you spoken
Because
with
just
Mr.
that last
Alfalfa?
leg of Penacony,
I'm actually on my
it
way
still
to
kind of
meet
just
him
left
right
me
now.
mentally
Do you
scarred.
know him well, Miss Robin?
Not even because of anything that happened in it.
Unfortunately,
Mostly
I've never
because of
met him.
just everything
I've
that
only heard
didn't
a few
happen in it.
comments from the former head of the Oak family. Mr. Alfalfa is respectable when
It's
it
so
comes to
long
business,
for like
but in
nothing
other
to be
respects,
accomplished.
I can't say the same.
I've been enjoying the new place.
Where do you think the future of the
What's it
planet
called?
investigation
Emphorius
is
a lot
headed?
more.
I believe
Though it's still only the first
Sweet
leg of
Dream
it,
will
the
see
first
its
patch,
rebirth. Just
until
like the
next week.
Radiant Feldspar resumed its voyage. The
But at least
Harmony
in that
needs a
first
new
patch, it
direction.
feels like things are actually
Only
happening.
by bidding farewell to the past
So I don't
can
mind
we
how
actually
long it is.
sail into the future. There are no permanent allies.
If anything, as
or
long as things were actually
everlasting
happening,
enemies.
I would want the story to be even longer
So
because
let's
that's just more
both
content that I get
Take what
virtually
we
for
need
free.
from this deal.
Naturally.
But
I'm
man,
looking forward to your
I think I spent
performance.
like I guess 12
See you
hours
at the
on that last
festival.
leg on stream.
See you
And it felt
later,
like
Miss
almost
Jade.
nothing happened in that entire 12 hours. No, chest. That's right. Is there another one in here
Not
that was
exactly eye-catching.
over here? No. Oh no, that was the chest I kept seeing behind Mr. Alfalfa. Okay. I've been in this room so many times on this account already that I forgot. Even though I kept seeing it, there was a chest there. Because I just used the early access to keep doing the Divergent universe. And that chest wouldn't be there in that version of the game state.
Thank you for your patience, Mr. Alfalfa. Let's continue our discussion.
Figured out something already, Miss Jade? But where is Miss Topaz?
Topaz has something else to take care of. You'll be seeing her later. Talks can still continue between the two of us.
Is it just me, miss? Your tone sounds very different now.
I need to set a good example for my junior. It's not a good habit to be too loose-lipped during negotiations, right? Now we can speak frankly and openly. Do you believe what I said, Odie? You're not the only merchant who has seen the changes in the cosmic market.
Jade is not a character you should trust.
10 Amber Eras.
At all. Ever.
Interesting. Now that's interesting. Good. It's good to be straightforward. Openness and transparency are my things. So, tell me, what's your next move?
Unfortunately, I'd like to speak the harsh truth before laying out my plan. Let's cut to the chase. First, your plan won't work. Penacony has no way of sidestepping the IPC and going public. Second, you can't stop the IPC from entering Penacony. We've got all the time and connections in the world to find a way in. We'll keep tearing down and rebuilding this place until the Asdana system gets used to the IPC's ways again. Now, I'm repeating your words exactly. If you don't want to be a laughingstock and have everyone gunning for you at the official conference, you'd better drop your little pie-in-the-sky plan.
Oh, interesting. Indeed. You surely have a way with words. Now, I'm curious to know what you have up your sleeve.
Mr. Alfalfa, let's not forget that the IPC controls the biggest interstellar publicity platform. More than half the news networks in the universe take their orders from us. The moment news spreads about Penacony going public, trillions of customers will immediately receive a message like this. The family's protection for Penacony has expired. Any mishaps in the dreamscape could result in permanent brain death. Care to guess how
Probably
many
because I don't
ways we
own
have to
Jade,
turn alfalfa
and it's been a while since I've
into
seen the scene. I
worthless
only just
junk
noticed that she has
in
some of the
measly
most
24 system hours?
normal eyes out of anyone in the
With the
game.
entire
And I guess the weird
cosmos
thing is that
keeping
they
a close
are
eye on Penacony.
a little more
I assure you,
slitted like a snake's
it
eye,
won't
like
be too
narrow,
hard.
which goes with her overall
You
theme.
really think you can
But
pull
most
that
other
off?
playable characters have like really
Even from
wild-looking
Pierpoint,
eyes.
As distant as it may be, I'm more than capable of keeping you on a tight leash.
But that kind of just
However,
plain snake
if you
look
agree to give up that
might
half-baked
fit her
plan to the
personality
public,
better, so it's not like
the
it's off
IPC will assure
compared
you
to anyone
that
else.
we'll never jeopardize the interests of the family heads under your leadership. After all, we also need allies here in Asdana. The IPC can assist Penacony with financing, starting by acquiring 30% equity shares. With our financial support, stabilizing and rebuilding Penacony will be a piece of cake.
30% equity, you say? Who can guarantee you won't want more in the future?
That's the brilliant part of it all. The answer is simple. No one. There are no guarantees. It all hinges on self-awareness and mutual respect. However, the board of directors will consider the interests of the family heads to some extent. You're a smart merchant, old Odie. Isn't the whole purpose of this elaborate game to showcase your business acumen and seek more benefits for the family? It benefits us if we both take a step back. And if that's not enough for you, I'm pretty sure that another goal of making Penacony go public is to expand the influence of the Planet of Festivities and attract more customers. I understand your concern, and I have a solution for that, too.
Fine. Now I see your sincerity. As the head of the Alfalfa family, I don't think I have any reason to refuse your offer. However, as their chosen one, I still need one final answer.
Go ahead. I'm listening.
When I was a child, I heard the adults recite the tale of the ancient Ember Era, about the ascension of Shipe, the Harmony, and the downfall of Enna,
Yeah, because like
the Order.
so Ascension of
The Order
Shipe.
and the preservation used
You're talking about
to
the
be
fact that
close in
Shipe
ancient
just
times.
consumed
So,
the Order?
why does
Or it's
the
talking about like, because they said
IPC,
before
as
that
follower
a
of the
mortal
Amber
can
Lord,
actually ascend to being an
seek
Eon.
collaboration with the family instead of
Is Shipe one of
aligning
those?
with the Order.
I don't know.
The answer is simpler
I
than
think
you
that was probably talked about in one of the
It's all
simulated
about
universe things, and I
credits.
forget. I'd have to go back and
Everyone's
look into it.
favorite thing and the universally recognized currency among the stars.
The thing about most of
IPC
the
has the
information
power
on the
to
eons
perpetually
and
ensure
the
their
actual like
value.
cosmology is all in
With each
the
new world integrated into the current
roguelites,
system,
like the
IPC
simulated
adds
universe and
another building
divergent
block to its
universe,
cause.
and it's a lot of reading,
Eventually,
which
all
means there's a lot of
exchanges,
forgetting.
Capital and businesses will operate within a unified monetary system. By then, all planetary developments will be recorded in accounts with well-defined values and the ability for exchange and circulation. And the heart of everything will be Klepoth's credit.
And then the IPC will be able to exert influence over everything.
Our intention is to establish enduring preservation, so I'm sure you can understand. This universe doesn't need two types of order.
Well said. Now you've convinced me. All right. Tell me your solution. Let's see if we're thinking the same thing.
Then let's continue our conversation. Please, Topaz, invite Sweet Dew to join us at the table.
Himiko.
Thank you for your presence, Miss Himeko. Please allow me to introduce her to you, Mr. Alfalfa. This is Miss Himeko from the Astral Express, one of the future shareholders of Penacony.
I've heard so much about you, Mr. Alfalfa.
Okay, she is voiced in this
It's
quest.
an honor to meet you as representative of the Astral Express.
This stunning lady
Like I said,
is
the further we get
navigator of the
into catching up with the
Astral
story,
Express.
the more and more
It's
we'll
a
start seeing people who
pleasure
aren't
to
voiced
meet
at all.
you.
I just
believe
forget when it
everyone
started.
here is familiar with the general contents of the proposal. After this round of financing, the IPC is expected to hold 30% of Penacony's shares. Then, the IPC will transfer 5% of that stake to the Astral Express and recommend Miss Himeko as an independent director to honor the sacrifices and contributions made by the former Nameless to the land of the dreams.
While this decision isn't finalized yet, we are honored that everyone here recognizes the way of the Trailblaze. While the Nameless didn't embark on their journeys for fame or fortune, if this is the wish of both the family and the IPC, I will represent the Astral Express and fulfill my duty as a member of the board of directors. The entire crew has agreed to assist in the reconstruction of Penacony. Beyond that, in our future travels, we are committed to bringing the beautiful dreams of the Planet of Festivities to more worlds. Of course, all cooperation is based on one premise. The path of harmony in Penacony must not be distorted again, and such a tragedy must never recur.
Okay. Where are we at now?
Watch yourselves in front of the IPC.
You know, I actually just do not feel like doing dream tickers right now. Oh no!
Old OT was in agreement.
I saw the chest. I wanted
So
it.
the issue is settled.
No!
I presume. What about the remaining family heads?
They will soon realize the situation. When the last question was asked, old Odie represented more than just the Alfalfa family.
When should we schedule the formal negotiations? I'll handle the arrangements.
It's all up to you. I'll step back and let you handle the negotiations and take over.
I'm trying to remember. I think
won't be
there's
involved.
on the ship.
But Miss Jade...
All the dream
This is-
tickers are kind of connected anyway.
Aventurine initiated this case.
Like each
You
individual
were his
one,
project
there's like 3 or
partner.
4 of them.
If
Give
that
you a
kid
chest,
hadn't
but
overplayed
then you
his
get like a
hand,
bonus reward for
I wouldn't have
completing
been
all of
pushed to
them
the
when they get back
forefront.
together, I think.
I came here today to help you sort out the toughest issue.
But the puzzle,
I
they're not
trust
fun
you'll be able to
puzzles.
wrap things up quite nicely, little Yelena.
Like, maybe I could count
Of course. There won't be any problems. And
3 or
please,
4
give
dream
Diamond
ticker
my
puzzles on the
assurance.
top of my head, or
Don't worry.
no, just
Diamond
in
has
general.
always trusted
That
us.
that were fun.
I'll put in a good word for you.
Which surprisingly,
and you'll have
the
your
one that
P45
I was
position
stuck
back
on
in no time.
when I
Radiant
streamed
Feldspar.
the last Penacony story
What a fantastic
was one of the
ship.
fun ones. I just could not think after
Now
being
that my
awake for
business
more
is
than
done,
20 hours at that
it's
point.
time for me to indulge in my own little hobby.
But when I went back
You
and did,
want
like,
to
oh no,
open
this is
a
actually one of
Bond
the
and
better
Jade
ones.
exchange branch on this ship too?
Opportunities like this don't come around often. Just look at the guests on this ship. They're surely holding a wealth of valuable treasures. Well, I'll take my leave. A pawn shop can't run without a boss. See you around, Topaz.
I have one more question for you, Miss Jade.
Go ahead.
That dose of bitter poison. I'm curious as to how you found this information.
I didn't find the information. It came to me. It was from a lady concerned with the future of the Harmony. In return, I've agreed to help her with something. But that's for later. We can deal with it after we leave Penacony. You see, that's what investment is all about. The seeds of opportunity are already sown. They only need a little bit of nourishment to take root. And then after, all we need to do is wait patiently. Like right now, for example. It's just about time my final guest boarded the ship.
Oh. Firefly's point of view. Point of view. Point of view. POV. Probably say one or the other, not randomly mash them both together without thinking. But that also means I can't get that treasure chest. Because it went straight from the scene that I got sucked
Sneaking in
into
was way easier
to
than I
Firefly.
thought. The family's security is as
hate
lax
that.
as ever. So, this is the Radiant Feldspar. So luxurious. A pawn shop that grants wishes. Is there really a place like that on the ship? I'll find out for myself if the rumors are true or not.
Oh, you know what? This is another case where I don't know if there's any fighting. Probably not, but I'm gonna use the quick lineup. I'm gonna change my team anyway, just in case. Can I use my Firefly? Yes. I don't know how theirs is built. Mine has to be built better. We'll take this one. This and this. Okay, that sounds fine. That's a generic Firefly team right there. The only one that this account is set up for. Well, I guess you could run Boot Hill and Firefly together. That actually works really well. I've done that in MOC a couple times, but Boot Hill's also on Death's Door, and I should probably heal him. But that can wait for later. All these balloons to pop. Like a chest I missed around here somewhere? I don't know. I guess I don't need to be looking for the chests. I can always just come back and get them. Oh, there's one. I get them later. Like off stream. It's not really important, but if I see one, I should at least grab it.
But never let your guard down. Is that him?
Yes, in fact it is.
Huh. Vanished in the blink of an eye. So the Astral Express is here too.
I see Robin. I think there's bonus stuff if you go out of your way to keep finding the Trailblazer, and then she'll keep saying like, "Oh, it's not time to talk to him yet."
What happened to Penacony?
By the way, there's one more thing. Mr. Alfalfa and I discussed it.
Robin's another one of those
I'll present
voices
it
that
to the Astral
disappears
Express
later.
on behalf of the family, as a token of gratitude for the Nameless's contributions to Penacony. Please help
Which I
me
guess
with
is
the
kind of
necessary
ironic.
arrangements.
Right away, Miss Robin.
Can I ask you
But
something?
that, you know, that's the thing when the voice actors on strike
Oh,
for good
greetings,
reasons.
Miss. Is there anything I can help you with?
Her voice
Do
is
you know
also
how to get
missing
to the
in
pawn shop?
ZZZ as Nekomata,
Pawn
so.
shop. Ah, you must be talking about Lady Bonajade's place, right? I heard she offers special services there. I've marked the pawn shop's location on your device. Please feel free to check it out.
Lady Bonajade. I think I've heard that name somewhere before. Was it from Silverwolf?
Okay, I think
Come to think of it,
we,
she
the
disappeared after
Trailblazer,
mentioning that she was going to meet with the Genius Society.
went up here.
I wonder
Yeah.
how things turned out for her.
If I win, your chest is mine.
Who said I was betting with you?
I did.
They are still a ball of fire as ever.
You're like he just decides it. Yep, we're betting now.
Sorry, but I've got to find Lady Bonajade first.
Okay. Yeah, I think
No,
after like
it's not the best time.
I was trying to go back downstairs. I guess I could take the other stairway. Yeah. What was I gonna say? Oh. I think there is one after every little scene she does. So we're gonna go keep checking in on the Trailblazer. You're not gonna let me get the chest, are you? No. Nope.
Welcome
There's
to
no way to sneak
Bonajade
by.
Exchange, Radiant Feldspar branch. How should I address you, dear lady?
Just call me Samuel.
Maybe if I used her technique.
Samuel. Nice name.
because I'd be in the air.
So what do
I
you
don't know if
need,
it'd be
Miss
interactable, but I think as soon as I landed,
And what are
it
you
wouldn't
willing
let
to
me
give
open the
up
chest.
in
I'd just get
return?
sucked into the scene anyway.
I want to keep on living. And for that, I'm willing to give up everything I have.
Everything you have.
That's right. Everything.
Miss Samuel, I think you'd best turn around. It seems you're not quite familiar with the term pawn.
What do you mean?
I mean it literally. I sense your burning desire to live, but unfortunately, you don't have anything of equal value to offer.
Okay. A pawn shop that grants wishes. I see. It's just a marketing gimmick.
Well, that's quite a harsh accusation. I understand you may not fully comprehend what I mean, but don't worry. I'll help you understand. Go and talk to these people. They're all customers of my pawn shop. See for yourself if their wishes have come true. Once you've done that, come back to me. I'll help you understand the true meaning of pawn and make you realize what you're missing.
That Lady Bonajade feels more like a money lender rather than the owner of a pawn shop.
I mean,
Well, I've got
that's
nothing
kind of
better
all a
to do
pawn
anyway.
shop is.
I'll do as she says and see what happens.
Here we go.
Which one should I pop? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Dan Heng and Void Ranger Jive.
Don't change the words.
No, it's not the best time to do that. Sorry. I'll catch up with you later.
At least we didn't have to go out our way for that one. Basically, already right there. Actually, wait a minute. Since I've been sent on my way, can I get the chest behind Jade now? Before I forget about it?
Watch yourselves in front of you.
No. Darn it. Yeah, that's just mean. That is just bullying. Straight up. Dangling in front of my face and I can't even get it. I should be able to get... Oh, wait, no. That was a fake chest. But I get this one. Ah.
You stupid little girl. Coming back to lose more money, huh?
Enough talk. Let's get started. This will be our final game. I'm betting my entire fortune.
Oh, a big talker, huh? All right. What you've got?
Oh. This game. I forgot about this. I think this is how you unlock it. Didn't they shut the multiplayer down for this? A lot of people were just playing multiplayer, Bejeweled or whatever you call it. Trying to think what's the best solution here. You want to play something that'll collapse. Yeah, that was an awful one. That was a little better. I think I played 2 games of multiplayer, in which I came in like second both times, and apparently that was enough. That's all I needed to get all the jade, so I stopped playing. Not really a fan of those type of puzzle games.
How could I
Now,
lose to you at such a crucial moment?
if it was like Puyo Puyo, like they had in the Genshin Lantern Rite, I probably would have been all over that. I loved Puyo Puyo.
Finally, my luck has turned for the better. Great new era for Stacy, the master gambler.
I used to play, was it Super Puyo Puyo or whatever? It was remarketed as Kirby's Avalanche on the SNES. Ooh, that game was fun.
Got it.
I've prepared a gift for you, Dorothy. Check this out.
Whoa, what a beautiful necklace. Is it made of cymophane? It's stunning. How did you know I love jewelry made of cymophane? It has the same purple hue as the necklace my dad gave my mom. I've never told anyone about it. How did you find out, Del?
Well, will you go out with me? I will. Really? I mean, really?
I never said yes before because I thought you had no idea what I liked. But this gift made me realize you were actually paying attention all along, trying to learn everything about me. So yes, I will.
Wonderful. My wish has actually come true. So, shall we go, Dorothy? Let's go outside and enjoy the stunning views of the 12 hours.
Yeah, let's go.
Yeah, I'll take that.
Hey, did you see that? The gray-haired one outside.
Don't look around.
Oh, you
just
gotta check on
focus
that,
on
yeah.
your drink. Seriously, they look like a total lunatic.
Is that him?
I think this scene right here outside is one of the most Trailblazer scenes in the entire game. It's also what makes this such a good character.
Chirp, chirp. Origami bird. Hey, little birdie.
Come on. Well, calm down already. Everyone's staring at you.
No, it's not the best time to do that. Sorry. I'll catch up with you later.
He's just up there. Just trying to get the ship. Or trying to get the bird off the top of the ship. I like the fact that the Trailblazer is just like this stupid,
It's been hiding at the moment of soul.
crazy, energetic person, you know?
He even poses a
I think that
professor
makes him a
at
very
Naval
fun
Academy.
character.
I've made a deal with the family. We'll leave
They're the
extradition
brain
on
off,
paperwork.
solve everything by hitting it character.
How'd I find them? Well, let's just say I had some help from an influential figure. Don't ask for the details. 22 years. Yeah. 22 years of chasing this guy all over the cosmos. You know, never thought it'd end up like this. Right here. I'm gonna hang up for now, partner. I need to raise a glass to myself.
Like, at times, I was actually questioning whether Trailblazer was always like that, or if
did come true.
they got brain damage during the whole
I just
Stellon
don't
transfer and events
How did she do
preceding it.
And what does pawn really mean?
But given the way that Firefly reacts
should go back and
to the
ask.
Trailblazer's goofiness, I actually think Trailblazer was probably always like that, yeah. I stopped wondering.
So you're back, Miss Samuel.
Yeah. I found those people. And it seems their wishes did come true after visiting the Bonajade Exchange. But I'm not sure what you want me to see. They all seem to be living fulfilled lives.
Not so fast. This step was just to show you that the Bonajade Exchange is genuine. That I had the power to grant their wishes. And now, I'll tell you the price they paid. Dell was from a wealthy family. He was head over heels for Dorothy, and wanted to win her heart. So he made a deal with me. He put up his entire fortune in exchange for a gift that would impress Dorothy. It was a piece of cake for me, thanks to my IPC connections. However, Dell will soon find himself evicted from the dreamscape because he can't afford his room. Whether he can bounce back from poverty, well, that depends on him. Let's just hope that necklace will keep their relationship from crumbling.
Probably not.
Then there's Stacy, a lady with a gambling addiction. She wanted some serious luck, but she had nothing to offer. So I took something else instead. I took away all her close relationships. From the moment she stepped out of the Bonajade Exchange, every casino in the cosmos would remember her name. But her parents and siblings would sever ties with her, and it would be impossible for Stacy to make any real friends again.
That is a horrible gambling addiction.
She will
Not
accrue
worth.
a vast wealth.
But
due
to be
her
honest,
good luck,
whether you win or lose is
but
kind of
she'll
what a
never be
gambling
able to
addiction is
use
going to
it
do
for
to you
the
anyway.
people who truly matter to her. As for Detective Walker, he spent 2 decades chasing down a wanted criminal for some heinous crime. But he never caught the guy. In his desperation, he came to me. He offered his own memory system as collateral. In due time, his memories as a detective will be erased, and he will completely forget his own identity and all the sacrifices he has made. Interesting, don't you think? I fulfill people's desires and grant them favors, and soon they come back to me with even greater desires. When people see others' desires get fulfilled, they develop their own desires. It seems like an endless cycle, but it does have a goal. In the end, I will get what I desire from this whirlpool. And patience happens to be one of my greatest strengths. So now, do you understand what you must give up, Miss Samuel?
See,
What should I address you as?
I could tell you, as somebody who had parents with absolutely no
A
self-control,
remnant of Glamoth's Iron Cavalry.
avoid pawn
I'm
shops
not
at all costs. I mean, if you have something that
You
that's
are
valuable,
much
but and you
calmer
don't really
than I
care about, and you need money now, that you're going to
Entropy
invest
loss
into something
syndrome.
useful,
Truly an unjust
then sure.
misfortune, isn't it?
If you're
The
prepared to
higher-ups
lose a
in
thing.
Glamoth
But man,
implemented
I've had
such
my
a
own stuff
fail-safe within
pawned
the
on
genes of
me
their warriors,
by my parents.
just to make sure the Republic's
And I never
most
saw it again.
powerful weapons wouldn't fall into the wrong hands.
And you could say, well, they didn't use it
As for the
for
price,
booze and drugs.
Those Iron Cavalries
But
were
they
just that
effectively
casino's
did because they
regular,
already spent like the rent
independent
money
humans.
on booze and
There wasn't
drugs,
really
so then they
price to
used it for the
pay.
rent money. So it's only like one
However,
step removed.
You are different. You're now a Stellaron hunter, a living being named Firefly. Naturally, you want to continue your existence, but with the firmament front gone, The people who know the secret and can cure the disease are nowhere to be found.
Are you suggesting that the IPC has a remedy?
Well, there might be a silver lining. That's all I can say for now.
I see. It's no wonder you said I can't provide anything of equal value. Because nothing I own holds any meaning. So, you're going to ask me to personally restrain my partners to ensure my own survival?
Unfortunately, that's not quite the case. Partners. A nice way to put it. Now I'm even more curious about the Stellaron Hunters. Each of you has your own identity and a special bond with each other. It's strong and intimate, and yet it allows for independence. Just as the 10 Stonehearts follow Diamond, you follow your own leader. I wonder what they are like, and if all Stellaron Hunters are like you. Traveling on the path of finality, but struggling against your destiny. Attempting to move in the opposite direction. I really hope that one day, all of you will come and visit my pawn shop. I'll be waiting patiently for that day.
Can I see this as an invitation? From Diamond to the Stellaron Hunters while keeping the IPC in the dark?
Consider it more of a personal offer from myself. It doesn't represent the IPC or the Strategic Investment Department.
The Stellaron Hunters have interacted with the IPC, but not the 10 Stonehearts. Our paths have never crossed.
Interacted. I think you mean
Pass it along to my
slaughtered.
partners. But I have a question.
Especially between Firefly and Kafka. I think they've
You know
slaughtered
who I am.
probably thousands of IPC
And you
members.
must know that my partner is keeping an eye on this room.
I mean, the other two probably
If
did
she
their fair
wanted
share
to,
as well, but I think the
she
bulk
could
of it
let
was
the
probably done by
entire
Firefly
Dark
and
Point know
Kafka.
about it
Just
within
why
a
their
few
bounties
mere
are so much
seconds.
higher.
What drives you to take such a risk and extend this invitation on behalf of Diamond, even if it could lead to your downfall?
Simply put, you and I are the same. However, unlike you Stellaron Hunters or the Astral Express, we band together merely to obtain what we want. Each of us has our own past and destined ends, and on this journey, we have been invited
I'm
by
kind of
Diamond
excited to
join
see
them.
more from the 10 Stonehearts,
This journey could be either
but I feel
great
like it's
or
going to be a long time
as each of
before
us
we do.
carries a void
Like,
in our hearts that can only be filled from the outside.
how long it took to get where we currently are in Genshin, long time.
Diamond made us a promise to divide the power of the Emanator of Preservation
Like maybe,
into 10
we're
pieces
talking about like year
and give
5
each of us a cornerstone to fill
is what
that
I'm
void.
expecting. I don't expect they're actually going to give us
Mortal
much
flesh is
anytime soon.
fragile, Yet my heart is unyielding like the monolith. For without this resolve, the way of preservation would fade into oblivion. So,
Especially since they
you
said that
understand? This pledge
basically
goes
this
beyond
entire
mere
year
oath.
is dedicated to Emphorus.
It's our
So-
collateral in exchange for opportunities, wealth, survival,
And I don't expect it next year.
and a future. And whatever we gain from it will fortify the Stonehearts in return, allowing us to achieve the great cause of the preservation when the war among the eons eventually comes.
I understand.
Take your time, child. You don't need to give me an immediate answer. Like I said, patience is one of my greatest strengths.
If fate turns that page, our paths will cross again. It's a shame, though, that this pawn shop can't give me what I desire. My last attempt in Penacony. Well, it ends with hope.
Lady Bonajade, I've come to deliver the collaterals promised.
I really wouldn't consider that collateral, though. I mean, collateral is like something you fall back on if you can't pay. That's just straight up payment. Right, like you take out a loan, you put your house up on as collateral, but they don't just get your house if you pay it off.
It turns out, the meeting to decide the future of Penacony went much smoother
I'm
than
gonna go use the
expected,
restroom. I'll be back.
with little debate. Oh, the Charmony Festival's opening ceremony is starting soon. I should head down and take a look. This airship has quite a few treasures. A bountiful harvest.
Reshape fate and weave a new beginning.
Oh, I muted myself. Okay. Boot Hill. Aventurine.
Remember, I can take you out with just one shot whenever I choose.
Oh, that'd be my honor. Don't worry, I hate cheating at the table.
You better.
No, see. Of course he would hate cheating. Aventurine's luck is so good, he never has to cheat. It just wins anyway.
Dazzling trailblazer in all of Penacony.
Even when he loses, he wins.
Oh, you're here too. Long time no see, friend.
Merely a greeting of platitudes. As long as you and I have an understanding.
Let's set aside those under-the-table dealings for now, partner. Don't want to spoil the festive mood of the Charmony Festival.
I agree. Now let's congratulate Mr. Trailblazer. I hear the family intends to thank the crew at the Charmony Festival. It's a real pity I can't personally be there to witness this. Well, my job was just to give the IPC an opening. Other things aside, I think I did a pretty good job at achieving this. While you were at Dreamflux Reef, we were actually close by. We wouldn't have been able to dig up so much dirty information without the help of a knowledgeable friend. But that emanator didn't pull any punches. My body couldn't hold out too long. Otherwise, this would have been settled in a much cleaner manner.
I think she actually did pull punches.
No problem.
Especially after we saw that last scene, that she did pull some punches.
Evil is a top priority. Would have been strange if we sat it out. Making an entrance like that, us Galaxy Rangers are making a comeback. Reckon you'll meet quite a few followers of the hunt on your journey. Do me a favor, pass on my regards, will you?
Oh yeah, we run into Rappa later. Who's like probably the coolest character in the game so far.
I'm not one to beat around the bush. I've got a score to settle with a high-ranking executive fella named Oswaldo Schneider. And this flamboyant fella here can help me find him.
The feud between the Marketing Development Department and the Strategic Investment Department is well known across the cosmos. But what I didn't expect was the involvement of the Galaxy Rangers in this feud. Looks like things are about to get spicy.
Oh, have fun at the festival.
And I also hope you enjoy yourself, great hero of Penacony.
I'll pass. But I do hope you guys have fun. you don't mind, let's play a few rounds next time.
I hear something. No, I didn't want to talk to you. I wanted to pick up the collectible. No, I did it again. I'm an idiot. There we go. Okay, where's the sound? I know you hear the chest sound too. Is it not in here? Or is it? Oh, wait. Is it in the captain's chamber above me? And I just can't, like, I'm hearing it because I'm in the same, like, vertical location. Or, no, here we go.
An abundant fragrance. Worthy
We
of
can't get in there yet,
recognition.
but that was the one I was hearing. Got it, got it. Veritas ratio.
Ah, yes. I remember.
No, it actually should be
Your performance at
Veritas
Curtis Space Station
ratio.
was adequate, I suppose. No wonder that gambler likes you so much. This individual is my responsibility during the trip. Nothing more than an errand from the Office of Academic Affairs. Very well.
Poor Dr.
The
Ratio.
Charmony Festival is about to commence soon.
Having to
Take
put up
advantage
with
of this
Adventurine.
unique opportunity. A blend of work and play is essential for superior knowledge absorption.
Feels like a babysitter. You know, that's kind of probably how some of my friends feel about me sometimes.
The executives of the IPC and the Guild say that we are strategic partners. Yet, from my perspective, I am invariably the teacher, and he, along with you and every other individual, is the student. From this perspective, Aventurine isn't what you call an ideal student. Yet, he's also not utterly obtuse. Alas, the void within him can never be filled by talent and knowledge. Let's hope he doesn't turn into a philosophical zombie. Saying such a thing merely indicates that you have not truly grasped the essence of learning. The principle of balancing work and relaxation is scientifically grounded, with the relevant proof process detailed on page 21 of the 31,467th issue of the academic journal Star Caesar. Acquiring knowledge aims to enhance living. Don't invert priorities like those dolts at the Guild.
I wouldn't be surprised if Dr. Ratio read all of those thousands of issues. He seems like the type of guy who did. When would he ever have the time? I don't know.
Well, if it isn't my old friend. It hasn't been long, and yet, here we are again. How are you? That's what I thought. I heard you guys pulled off a big stunt, cutting down the Oak family in one fell swoop. Such a pity I couldn't be there, or else I would have lent a helping hand. Look how bustling this ship is. Not bad. Someday when I'm less tied up, I plan to host a grand party on my eco-ship, and you'll all be on the guest list.
Ooh, I hope that actually does happen. That'd be cool. I think they spent so much time making these bigger areas for these big stories.
Form.
I think
What are you saying?
this game would probably benefit more from smaller episodic
understand
stuff,
now.
like they
You're
do in
referring
between
to
the big
Adventuring
stories.
Cornerstone,
But
right?
like even smaller,
Sorry.
with their own really
Compared to
tiny
him, My
areas.
ability is not as visual.
Kind of like
Guess there
if
is
you
no
played
harm
ZZZ
telling
right
you.
now,
The
there's a fishing
abilities
event
of the 10
at
Stonehearts'
Port Elpis,
cornerstones are all
which is already a very tiny area.
Some can even
But
read your thoughts.
addition to it, like as you go through the event,
your
there is a
desires.
small island you go to,
Be
like that type of stuff.
Now
Oh,
that
hello,
I
I'm
think
Brick.
about it, it was good that Bronya got there when she did in Bellabog.
Because it's like a space western. They
If
call it a
she came
space
in
comedy.
later, you
I guess
probably
focusing on
wouldn't have
longer stories kind of fits that more. But being a space western, it's like I would like just like little tiny episodic adventures similar to the Aventurine one, and that would be really, really cool if we ever went to an actual Washtopia or something, and they just made this tiny map that the whole story took place in. And like, here you go. They're never gonna do it, but that's how I would make a game like this. Ah, I can finally get this chest.
An abundant fragrance, worthy of recognition.
Hey there, lively guy. Welcome to the Bonajade Exchange. What should I call you?
This is my actual name. There we go.
What a unique name. So, mister, what do you wish for? And what are you willing to sacrifice for it?
Revive the Trailblaze.
This is your wish.
She doesn't even blink as if this was a joke or something.
Sounds simple enough. Very pragmatic. Then, let's discuss the cost. To fulfill this wish, the thing I need is simple. The tail of an animal.
Which animal?
It's a two-legged animal, with black fur, a round head, and long ears. It's omnivorous and is prone to mood swings. Most importantly, it has mastered the human language and can communicate. Bring its tail to me as collateral, and your dreams will come true.
Okay.
May fate
I
bring
think
us
that's
together
why
again.
would you want us to take Pom Pom's tail? We can't give her Pom Pom's tail. At least I got the chest. That thing had been bothering me during this entire story so far, and they finally let me get it.
What services do you require?
Forget what's in this room. Another chest. Alley-oop. You know, I've had, actually, this doesn't only bother me. I'm not looking at my streaming screen, so I didn't notice. I've had the donation bar up there this entire time. That doesn't need to be there.
Reshape
That's just
fate
blocking the game.
and weave
Where is...
a new beginning.
I need to find where it actually is. There it is. There we go. Normally I turn that off. I think I just left that on there from New Year's. There we go. This shows us some in-universe creature, considering how lazy Asian writers tend to be. This game surprises me. I mean, I don't think Asian writers tend to be lazy. So, but it's from China, specifically. Hoyo does a lot of creative stuff with their creatures. But you might be a little disappointed that the creature they're talking about, Pom Pom, is kind of just a rabbit. He's a talking rabbit. He's the conductor of the express. And I guess he's not directly just a rabbit, but he's pretty much a rabbit. They've got plenty more creative creatures than Pom Pom. Okay, we need to go down. Oh, I went up. I needed to go to the poop deck. Oh, no, that's Argenti. Okay. Oh, I saw it was the red hair from the distance. I thought it was Himiko.
Your journey of the beauty is even more elegant than mine.
If you're not paying close attention from behind, Himiko and Argenti look virtually the same. Especially since, like, Argenti wasn't wearing the cape and Himiko wasn't wearing her jacket. You'd probably be able to tell the difference from their butts, but...
Even after achieving such remarkable feats,
I like Argenti, though. He's a cool
you remain
character.
humble and gentle. Such is the true mark of knightly grace. I have heard of your valiant deed.
Okay, this does match. Argenti went through a voice change recently, like a couple patches ago. I'm like, wait,
You have undoubtedly
they must have went and
championed
re-recorded
beauty and
all of his old lines.
May it drill
Because
us
this doesn't
fine.
sound the same as, actually, I don't even know if he talked then. I think he was missing his voice for quite a while. It's a cool thing that they went back and recorded the missing lines, but I assume that also means that they re-recorded the lines from his first appearance as well.
If an admirer of the beauty gets lost in the pursuit of power, they risk descending into the omen of evil, a form which is neither human nor beast. Although Mr. Sunday did not cross paths with the path of beauty, his actions were no different from the omen of evil. A lamentable soul lost on the path of righteousness. Truly a matter of deep regret. I'm ashamed to admit, Anna's dream was too realistic. I couldn't bear to bid farewell to a fallen friend who had long turned into a beast. I lingered in that illusory dream for far too long. His voice and smile were too vivid. I didn't pass the trial of beauty this time, spending too much time in self-reflection over my own hesitation. Yet, I wish for Adrilla to remain my beacon. A banner for me to
I need to find
strengthen my
excuses to use
determination.
Argenti. I don't have him on this account, but I do on my main account. And especially with the Herda being a character now, I could probably just, if somebody's physical weak and he could help break, I could probably just run passkey, battery, Argenti for the Herda. It could be fun. He's not a bad character. Like, he's still useful in pure fiction. Just on his own as the main damage dealer, but... I've got so many characters that are just better
the
than
festival
him
hasn't
in
started.
every other
Let's take a quick
situation.
break.
Hi, we meet again.
Who's that?
It's really you. I knew I didn't get the wrong person. It was you. I saw you opening treasure chests, hitting balloons, and playing dreamy slots. I don't think I'm mistaken, right?
That was definitely him.
There's still some time before the Charmony Festival starts. Do you want to chat?
You walk and talk with Firefly, stopping your tracks when your
Two
view
murder
becomes
cases,
expansive. I
a
don't know.
showdown with the IPC's ambassadors, the legacy of the Nameless, and a remnant of the Order who dreams of creating a paradise in place of the Eons. You guys even ended up shattering the dream. It's truly been quite a vacation. It's a good thing that you guys managed to overcome all those difficult problems. Congratulations! After the Charmony Festival's opening, will you guys be leaving again? There will always be somewhere. After all, you guys are on the path of the Trailblaze.
Yep, that is kind of the whole point of the
Before
game, is to
joining
just
the
keep
Stellaron Hunters,
going everywhere.
Elio told me that this journey will tell me how to live on. That's all he said. As for the rest, it's up to me to find out. So, I'll pay extra attention
After
to any leads
this-
that will let me live on.
Well, there's some other side stories that I should
This
probably
trip
do
to Penacony
first.
is no different.
Like the war dance. I probably won't do the event for the war dance on stream. Just because all that is text, and the story isn't. Well, the parts with Scott's actually pretty good. But that's just to get March 7th's Eidolons for the hunt.
Sadly, I was looking
I could do
for
that
bonus,
off stream.
but I did reap some rewards. Do you know Miss Jade?
Because it doesn't really do much for the story.
Investment
But
Department?
I don't know if I want to do the war
Exchange
dance
belongs
first,
to
or if I want to
her.
get into Emforest.
She told me her price, but
I'll decide when we get to that point.
no.
There is an Echo of War that was
But
locked
what
behind
she
it, but they
wanted
luckily
wasn't my answer either.
have pretty much opened up stuff like
course
that,
I
so
want to live on.
I could just early access the Echo of War whenever I need it.
What fate owes me, I want it paid back.
Which, for people who don't play this game,
Not
Echo of
passed
War is just the weekly boss fights.
No one else should be involved because this is a grudge between me and fate. Speaking of which,
That one particularly is
Actually,
necessary for leveling
I feel that I
Aglaya.
still owe you a formal apology for that matter with the performer.
Just robbed a shopkeeper blind and Kenshi. Good to know there are still
The
games that allow you
smallest
to
of
do that.
lies
I mean, that's
can
cool, I
turn
guess.
into a betrayal as sharp as a blade. I'm sorry.
I think the only game I've ever played where I thought it was actually cool that I got to rob the shopkeeper was Link's Awakening. Especially because when you go back and he kills you. But also, even if you don't ever go back, everybody just calls you thief for the rest of the game. I think every other game where I've ever robbed a character, especially like an Elder Scrolls game, I'm like, whatever. That was a thing I could do, I guess.
It was an emergency, so I never had the chance to formally apologize to you.
But it was really cool how the shopkeeper in
admittedly,
Link's Awakening
I
just
was the one
completely killed me with lightning, or I think it
To
was
me,
lightning. He was like,
Hiding is
Force
much
lightning
easier
you or
than being
whatever.
honest. Yet, I
it
still
was like
want to
the
try
Emperor
expressing
from
my
Star Wars
emotions
coming
as
down on you.
Any ordinary person would.
It's that girl! Get moving! Arrest that criminal before the Charmony Festival's opening ceremony starts!
I can't believe they've chased me this far. Looks like we have to say our goodbyes. Don't worry about me, just go and enjoy the ceremony. The script hasn't reached its end yet. We
Modern
will.
Bethesda games won't allow you to do. Bethesda only has one modern game. And that's Starfield.
I hope she's okay. But if it's only those two hounds again, she'll probably be fine.
Skyrim came out so long ago, I wouldn't even call it modern.
I'll send a message later.
Same
to
with
check in on her.
actually even
Let's go
Fallout
attend the
4 and
Charmony
76
Festival
now
first.
came out long enough I wouldn't call them modern.
Let's take a seat here. Everything is settled.
And
Though
I could definitely
there's
see
still
them
some
not letting
time
you do that in
left.
Starfield.
Maybe I
Starfield
should take a
sucks.
walk?
To be like straight up. There's nothing good about it. Unless you're just like wandering through empty space for hours on end.
Forget it. I've done enough walking around already. Let's take a seat and rest for a while.
See, from what you read of 40k lore, a lot of people are into that. 40k is pretty cool. The Emperor is basically a superpowered Mao Zedong. I don't know if I'd go
Looks like I don't have to
with
worry about
Mao specifically there. I could
Wait
see
for the
some
opening ceremony to
connections to it. But, I don't want to say he's not either. The Emperor's a very complex character. And you could probably relate him to a lot of the very authoritarian, very powerful leaders throughout world history. Even some other contemporaries to Mao. So I don't think it's like an inappropriate example. I just think like you'd probably need several different examples to mix together.
Distinguished guests, fellow family members, ladies,
He's a very
gentlemen,
complex character.
and friends from all over the cosmos. It's a pleasure to join you all in celebrating the grandest ceremony of the
But I think his children
the Charmony Festival.
are probably more like individual leaders than he
On
is.
behalf of the Penacony family's 5 major lineages. And on behalf of myself, I'd like to extend a warm welcome to all our guests. As you all may have noticed, this year's Charmony Festival is far from regular. Thanks to the efforts of everyone, this celebration is unprecedented in scale, with factions from across the cosmos in attendance. Not only that, the customary opening ceremony held at the Penacony Grand Theater has now moved to the Radiant Feldspar, the very airship you all stand upon. We invite you to express your warmest and deepest appreciation for OT Alfalfa, head of the Alfalfa family, for his selfless devotion to the Harmony's cause.
The Fish says, keep in mind, I don't care about any characters in any given 40k story. Even humans in 40k aren't really human in the modern sense. Human and Zelda are morally the same. Well, I mean, there's definitely humans in the modern day that have similar morality to either of them. But that's also because humans are a very varying, complex group of people. But none of the playable humans are like humans in the modern sense. That's for sure. I would agree with that. Because even the most basic human is superhuman by our standards.
The Festival not only celebrates this achievement, but also marks the relaunch of the Radiant Feldspar.
And then if you're dealing with like Ultramarines, they're GMO humans. That's what you're mostly dealing with. You're dealing with like the GMO
finally,
version of humans.
The last reason. Does everyone remember the Watchmaker? In truth, the family has poured their efforts into this festival just to commemorate this legendary luminary.
Yeah.
The father of Penacony.
Yeah. I think that's
legwork. One of the legendary
more or less
foundations of Penacony.
a decent description of the Emperor. He's definitely way more complex than that, but
In the most bewildering
achieves
times of the
apotheosis,
planet of
demands
festivities,
no one worship him,
it was
leaves,
he who
and then
descended
everybody's
from
forced
the
to worship
sky
him by
with
the
his
Empire for the rest of
He
ever.
taught us through trailblazing where
I think it's kind of
freedom
cool though,
lies.
like
It was
if you're in a
also
fringe
Zed
world,
who
they really
led the
don't care
vanguard in the pioneering
if
of the
you're
dreamscape.
directly worshiping the Emperor. You can still like worship the sun, as long as like you rename whatever you're worshiping the Emperor so that your religion is now worshiping the Emperor. So you can basically keep all your old practices, except for they don't really like human sacrifice. But they probably, if you're on like an outer fringe world, they wouldn't care so much, as long as you're doing it for the glory of the Emperor.
And spread harmony to a
That's
broader
how,
audience.
I guess, corrupt and loose the Empire has gotten over time.
She's talking about us.
If you're in a core world, though, like you have to be following their pretty tight religious practices.
That's right. Unparalleled.
And now, the sweet dream is
Though I think all the
all thanks
coolest
to the
stuff that happens in
trailblazers.
40k kind of comes out of like
If
the
it
warp.
weren't for everyone on the Astral
'Cause that's like
Express,
where all the
we
like
wouldn't
the
be able to
near
successfully
Lovecraftian
host this
cosmic
Harmony
horrors come
Festival.
from.
Thus, with unanimous consent from the 5 major lineages, Penacony's family. On behalf of all family members throughout the cosmos, offer a token of appreciation to the Nameless.
Oh, I wonder if it's gonna be a big one.
It's one of those things I'd like to get back into.
We will transfer
There's a lot, like,
ownership of the
if you like
Radiant
reading books, there's just like a lot of
to the
novels you can read
Astral
in 40K.
A meager appreciation that we hope you will accept with grace. Let us gift our applause and cheers to these brave and dauntless Nameless.
Nameless! Nameless! Nameless!
And now, I propose a toast. To harmony, to the Trailblaze, to the future of Penacony and the universe, and to the generous Alfalfa family head, Mr. O.T. Alfalfa. Cheers!
Of course, I would also put the Hoyo universe is almost as dark as the 40K universe. You just don't really notice it if you're playing like Genshin or even Star Rail and you're only playing the main stories. They're very bright, colorful, child-friendly.
This little bird is no less capable.
But if you play Honkai Impact 3rd,
But
Sparkle.
have you forgotten someone, my gray-haired
I think her
friend?
theme plays. I love monodrama.
I
Yeah,
put a bomb on this ship.
I'll get back to that after. I have to appreciate monodrama.
Better hurry.
When did this get shoved into my
Okay.
hands? There's
So
still
like if you
so
play
many
Honkai Impact
balls.
3rd,
Now's not the time for the plot payoff.
in Genshin you like really have to be reading
Time to create a group and
the side stuff, the collectibles, and paying attention to the Abyss stuff. It's probably the least dark of all their games. But if you like play the simulated universe, you read all the side stuff in this one, and if you're really paying attention to ZZZ, the universe is a pretty messed up place in Hoyo. I mean, even Firefly's backstory alone is very similar. It's very cosmic mecha. Well, actually, there were mechs in Starship Troopers, but it's very almost like 40K level version of Starship Troopers, where you have these clones, these people, these child soldiers that were made test tubes and raised to pilot these Iron Man style mecha suits to fight bugs that just devour everything across the cosmos, and pretty much all of them died except for Firefly. Which I like. I've been diving into this universe for a while now, and it's really fun and interesting. It just takes so much investment to understand what's going on in it. See, Ibrick says, I still love the idea that humans are so inherently tied to the warp. Their first act of murder spawned an unkillable demon. Yeah, that's fun. His Chozo says, am I weird for not wanting to watch a show about an emotionally unstable Superman knockoff who's the main character? No. I mean, I always say, you're never weird for not wanting to watch anything. You like what you like, and you don't like what you don't like. And you can't really control that too much. There's some degree, you can kind of like condition yourself to like some things or dislike things, but there's only so much wiggle room there. Yeah, I knew you were talking about Invincible. See, Miss Sparkle will explain the situation personally. Yes, please explain. See, you're good at reading the room. I like that. All right, down to business. Everyone flabbergasted yet? Weren't Miss Sparkle's buttons all confiscated already? Why is the bomb timer still active? Actually, all credit goes to the brave hounds. Please stop scrolling. I want to read. Okay, now we're gonna wait. I can't read out loud that fast. I can read in my head that fast. Okay. This is why I hate the flow of the text things. Nikkei is so much better about it because the next text... Oh my god. My mouse is dying. It's double-clicking, and the wheel is going back and forth. Where were we? Okay. But in Nikkei, the text do not progress until you click. Which makes it so much easier to read. Yeah, is everyone flabbergasted yet? I read that part. Actually, all credit goes to Brave Hounds. Thanks to their meticulous efforts in gathering the buttons, Miss Sparkle was able to press all of them one by one. Miss Sparkle certainly worked her finger to the bone, pressing through a whopping 100,000 buttons. She spent a whole 48 system hours on it. I don't even disbelieve that. It's unnecessary, especially if you know how the plot goes, but I don't disbelieve that. What the fridge is wrong with you? Do not be crass, my silver cowboy. The Ibrox says, funny enough, there are mechs and poor suits and Starship Troopers, the books anyway. The movie cut a lot of really interesting elements. It did. I love the mechs and all the, I think you meant power suits. You know who actually adapted it pretty well? There is an OVA, like a very short miniseries of Starship Troopers made from Japan, like an anime, back in is it like the 90s, maybe? I'm trying to remember when it came out. It's pretty old. If you haven't seen it, you should watch it. It has the mechs in there and the power suits. Fishozu asks, is it sad I actually love the Fallout setting considering nobody else does? I don't know where you're getting that. Tons of people love the Fallout setting. It used to be niche, but it's become a pretty popular series to the point that it even has a TV show. But no, it's not sad. Like I said, you like what you like. There's a lot of people, they don't care for the Hoyo setting. I like these games, you know? But they're also definitely not niche. These are very popular games. Very, very popular. In fact, of the things I currently engage in, they're probably one of the most popular things. I think probably one of the only things I could pick that's more popular than this that I actively engage in is probably either Pokemon or Mario, but, you know. You think Starship Troopers popularized power armor? I mean, it's old enough. I could believe that. And it's popular enough, too, but... Yeah, I mean, maybe. I'd believe it. If you told me that's the truth, I probably wouldn't argue with it. I can't think of an alternative.
Following the plan.
Other than, I don't know, maybe Iron Man. Right? Iron Man would be the alternative. It's pretty old now, and maybe more people know of Iron Man than the actual book version of Starship Troopers. But, I'd believe either of those if somebody claimed it. Find the bombs.
You finally arrived, oh great gray-haired little one. I'm the constable around these parts, and right now, I'm posing as a bomb.
Oh, no. You're not very good at character design, are you?
This is called foreshadowing. All right, now that you've found me, it's my
I love Sparkle. Sparkle's such a good character.
I'll count down from 5, and then
They did a crossover with Honkai Impact 3rd, where Sparkle went to that game, which I guess canonically means she was there first, because the current story in Impact 3rd takes place before anything that happens in Star Rail. And, she did very similar things where she's pulling pranks. But I saved up and I pulled a lot of Sparkle. I think she's currently my best built character in that game. I think she's on the team I have loaded up right now.
Is it really that important? I'm not even a real bomb. Was it surprising, shocking, horrifying? No? Really? Fine. That that then. You really ought to learn how to win a girl over.
Let's see. This Chozo asks, who has a more destructive ego? The Emperor of Mankind from 40K or Andrew Ryan? I don't know the answer to that one. Though I'm assuming you probably already have an answer in your mind if you asked it. Iron Brick says, takes fatal damage from a volatile and Dying Light 2. Game lists falling damage as my reason for death. This game does not know how to report death correctly. And neither do people in real life most of the time. Though in tabletop games, specifically D&D, falling is the second most likely way you're going to die. The first, water. And I guess if you want to include it, maybe falling into water. But, yeah. In real life, it's probably an automotive accident or a heart attack. See, there's progress in the bomb situation. I got good news and bad news. Which ones you want first? Give me the bad news first. The bad news is I've found 131 bombs. The good news is none of them are real bombs. The mass fools really know how to pull a stunt. Don't worry, process of elimination is a problem-solving tactic. True. The evacuation of the family is underway here. The bloodhounds are hot on the investigative trail. Keep it up, everyone. God, I love this music.
Some progress. Gotta keep working at it.
I do find myself sometimes just putting monodrama on in my playlist. There is a map. Are there any other ones outside here? Psh. Yeah. Yeah, there is. Right there at the front. Right, no, this is the poop deck. So it's actually, they're talking about the bow of the boat. So if I'm at the back, I got that one. Next one's there. Got it. I actually had the whole boat turned around in my head earlier. And they said meet at the stern. I'm like, oh, isn't the hot tub at the stern? No. From on the boat, the front and the back kind of look very similar. It was actually in the poop deck. Is the, you know. It was still on the stern. But I thought it was the front for some reason. Okay. Let's just stare back. Let's have a staring contest with this doll. We'll play chicken with it. Does not blink. Honestly, if it did, that would... Yeah, I think it would be scary if the doll did blink at us. Anyway, it's just an ordinary plush toy. Can you really expect it to utter a single word? All the other ones are talking. Must be pointed out that this doll has no suspicious features at all. Wait, let me turn that off. It excludes... it exudes from within an aura befitting of a firmer doll. Not that of an imaginary neutron bomb. Which means that there's no need to bother it anymore. It makes both you and the doll appear rather pitiful. It's best to promptly put an end to this farce. Does that mean I won the staring contest with the doll? See, daggum wubbaboo. I give up. What's wrong, Silver Cowboy? I found 217 talking dolls. Ha 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 ha. And that's after I got help from the hounds and that man with the plaster head. You talking about Dr. Ratio? Who knows when we'd find them all if we looked for them ourselves. It's a shame. The knowing that fools' habits. I'm afraid we're going to have to keep filtering through the wrong answers. Don't fret, the beauty will guide us. Okay, next one is inside. Upstairs or down? Down.
We meet again. I am Penacony's famed detective. Got yourself into a pickle? I'm more than happy to help. But unfortunately, I'm preoccupied with a couple of unsolved cases. So, you'll have to wait your turn.
Tell me your case is related to the bomb.
It completely slipped my mind. Dr. Boom specializes in explosives. I need your help, mister. You've had quite a few run-ins with Dr. Boom. And with the recent bomb situation, you're bound to find evidence that proves Dr. Boom is the killer. The first case is the So Glad factory arson case. We found a hammer, a doll, and half a liter of unidentified fluid at the scene of the crime.
Ooh.
Our forensics results showed it's a red herring. The second case is the Blue Hour auction robbery. A gang of masked thugs broke in, stole a fragment of the Astral Express, and left behind a large hammer, a doll, and a half-dead red herring at the scene.
A half-dead red herring.
Those are all the details. The way I see it, there must be a link between these two cases that will be the key to exposing Dr. Boom.
I'll be honest with Joe, so I don't feel like answering that question on stream right now.
I trust in your deduction. Which piece of evidence do you think is the deciding one?
You can feel free to ask it in the Discord publicly if you want. Maybe somebody else will answer. Maybe I'll get to it later. Let's see. I trust your decision. Which piece of evidence do you think is the deciding one? It's you. You were at both crime scenes.
Correct answer! You're good, gray hair. Your mind is pretty sharp. Seeing as you've put in so much effort, I'll throw you a bone. The bomb's not here. This is only a prank I've craftily set up. Hurry, time's running out. You better find that real bomb quickly.
I'm working on it. Sparkle's voice faded, leaving behind the doll's body buzzing with white noise. It seems the pitiful doll was transformed into a megaphone by Sparkle. My friends, I bring saddening news. Tell us about it. This trial of beauty is especially dangerous. I found 145 adorable dolls, but thought they were the fool's bombs. Is this really not a trial of elation or something? No matter what, please be patient, everyone. I have a feeling that as long as our virtuous patience can persuade a driller with sincere conviction, even the most difficult of problems will be resolved. Mr. Argenius, right? Everyone, don't let down your guard. Okay, next one is in the Divergent Universe chamber. I think. Were there any extra bombs? I should check. I go down to the VIP room. Oh, yep, there's a doll here.
Oh, by the laughter. To think you've seen through my disguise this quickly. Honestly, my dear Mr. Gray Hair, you're just like that ferocious pangolin in Madame Susan's bedroom.
Why does she have a pangolin in her bedroom?
How shameful. Did Uncle Parker not teach you properly? One must pose appropriate questions at the appropriate time. I'm on to you. You're here because you accepted bribes from the duplicitous and corrupt leader of that Sparkle gang. The scoundrel who wants to become mayor of Sparkle City. Blazing Bro! This evil city has fallen into depravity. As the sheriff doll, I cannot idly stand by and do nothing. And now, only this imaginary neutron bomb can completely cleanse Sparkle City of your ilk. If you wish to defeat me, you'll have to face off against the great Sparkle's dogs. They're my
Oh, I think this is the one that actually has a battle with it.
and you'll never defeat them.
Let's see how long it takes my computer to load the battle. We might be here for a little while. See. Let's say Riza, you think is a Chinese animated film grossing all kinds of money right now? Maybe. Why am I in auto?
Heard the call. Head down, farewell.
Countless threads, all within my grasp. Thus our fates become one. All lies shall be revealed.
I'm gonna hold everyone back again. Give me strength.
Funny thing with this team, so much of it just happens fast with so little input. It sometimes feels like the thing's on auto.
Let's play, and you find the answer.
Though it's also probably a little ironic using Sparkle to fight Sparkle's things.
So fragile, like a wisp of silk.
Will China eventually overtake all other countries' media? I don't know. I mean, I don't think it'll overtake India. Indian media is actually very popular in India and in some other places, and it's a very big market, but it's also very insular, so it's pretty safe. Some of Japan is bouncing back. It's definitely overtaking American media. It just depends on if these countries decide to make good stuff or not, and a lot of them are deciding not to make good stuff.
Imaginary neutron bomb.
I mean, there's a lot of European countries that are making good films, making good comics, but that's about it. Like, there not really a lot of good games coming out of Europe these days. South Korea has a lot of good media in general. I think they're doing really strong. That if you combine all of Southeast Asia, I think right now they are the entertainment powerhouse of the world. And China just has the manpower and currently the funds to make a good chunk of it. I mean, this is a Chinese game. Let's see. The IPC Special Investigations team is wrapping up here. We found a total of 329 dolls, but no bomb. Thought I'd drop this update with you guys. Even you guys can't do anything about it. Holy forkin' shirt balls. This is going to be a killer. I love the way Boot Hill talks. And don't give up. We're so close to 999. The express crew is about to be done. Keep up the good work, everyone. I'll be taking over the evac team now. Good luck, everyone. Don't know how well French animation is doing nowadays. They are never localized here in the States. Their animation's not doing as good as it used to be. They're kind of hit and miss. Their live action stuff, though, is still doing just fine. In France, several countries all across Europe, even up into the Scandinavian areas, where they still make really good films. But you have to watch them with subtitles. Most of them aren't dubbed over. Just want to make sure I'm not missing any sparklies. And I'm glad I remembered to get that one, because we have not had a battle in forever. At all, actually. That was the first fight we had this entire streaming session, and we've been here for 2.5 hours. Which is kind of sad. I'll be real there. You know, they actually just did an, what's it called? An update preview recently. Where, oh, there's another one. Where they were talking about actually reducing the number of puzzles and fights in the main story. And I'm like, what? What? There's hardly any to begin with. Why would you take those away? I'm playing a video game here, not reading a book.
Thank you, mister. But courtesy doesn't hide my hazardous lunacy.
This Joseph says, I think the only way American media can become popular again is if they decentralize. You're already starting to see that happen. And I'm not even talking about just in the indie sphere. There's all kinds of smaller studios popping up everywhere. And even Hollywood is kind of decentralized or being split up into smaller things. There are studios being made in Texas, in Tennessee, in Colorado. We're just in the early phases of that. So yeah, we have to go through the rough spot. Ibrick says, I enjoy, I don't want to add more words there, I enjoy the MiHoYo games, but I really hate the time gating nonsense, dailies, resets, etc. Yeah, a lot of the time gating stuff is just because it's a live service, and that's how these live service gacha games have always worked. Not saying that's a good thing, obviously. Just because that's the way something's always worked doesn't mean you shouldn't change it. There's certain aspects I think is fine. I think some dailies are good. It just kind of sucks that like the pull currency is locked behind dailies. It's not a lot, but the fact that they feel they can means that pull currency isn't put somewhere else where it could be, like more chests or whatever. If dailies were just a way of getting you ahead on farmable materials, that would be cool. Then you wouldn't feel so bad about missing them. And they would just be benefiting more hardcore players that play all the time. Same with like the resets. Genshin, I think, is the worst of all the games when it comes to that. Especially when it comes to certain domains being locked to certain days of the week. Your weapon farming materials and your talent materials. Or your local specialties only respawning every 48 hours. Awful. And the way they run the weekly bosses. I think weekly bosses are good. If you're going to have a reset for anything, weeklies are a good way to do your reset. Because you have all week to do them. And people could just do them on their own schedule. That can be pretty hype if you make them properly. That's why I think a lot of people like the simulated and divergent universes and their weekly reset. Because it's just a cool roguelike thing that you come in to do at least once a week. You get all of your score just by doing it once. But the way they currently do their system kind of feels like they're forcing you to play even if you don't feel up to it that day or you're missing out. And I can completely agree with that sentiment that I wish it wasn't that way. Kind of like, I think dailies are fine in certain MMOs, like Final Fantasy 14, because pretty much the only thing you're getting out of it is tomes for getting weapons, which, or not weapons, your equipment, which I guess some of it's weapon, but you can miss those. Right? If you just wait until the entire update's over, when the next one comes, you could just get the best gear at the very end if you don't care about doing the raids during the update. And experience for your character. So you're definitely missing out by not doing your dailies and weeklies in 14, but you don't really feel like it's punishing you like the Hoyo games do. See, good news, we found the remaining 172 dolls here, but they're still all just dolls. What's going on? This girlie pulling a fast one on us? Long time no see, everyone. Miss Sparkle is delighted to enjoy that everyone is busy. Miss Sparkle is delighted that everyone is busying themselves over her. And so, she's had me deliver a message. I didn't add you to the group. That's Miss Sparkle for you. She doesn't need an invite. All right, enough jokes. Miss Sparkle says this message is super important, so listen up. There's actually 1,000 dolls on the Radiant Felspar. To reward everyone's efforts, Miss Sparkle has decided to be magnanimous. She will give the coordinates of the final doll with the bomb to everyone. The time I've allotted to everyone far exceeds 10 minutes. Let's all try to hurry up. Something major's going down if you're slowpokes. At Robin, I'm sure you don't want everyone to know that the family's protection over Penacony has been rendered useless, do you? Hurry up and move out, world-saving heroes. Everyone, don't be misdirected by her appalling prank. We'll gather at the coordinates. When we catch her, we'll definitely teach her a lesson she won't soon forget.
Not much time left.
Yeah.
I hope I make
now,
it.
If you want an example of this game particularly, this account that we use on the streams here at the Vomitoria is a free-to-play account. I have not put any money on here. It's not strictly free-to-play, but I've said before, the only money that'll ever go to here is if people donated. I don't recommend you do. I'm not even asking people to, but I do leave the UID if for some reason somebody decides they want to use a Coda shop or something. So otherwise, it's a free-to-play account. We also I don't play it every single day. In fact, I missed weeklies on this account for a while. I think I missed a month or so of dailies. I pretty much only play this. I'll try to knock out the weeklies. Maybe I'll do a daily here or there. But I play it when I stream. And maybe I'll try to do the Memory of Chaos or something up to halfway so I can get some of the rewards. But I'll often even forget to do that. And this account, for the most part, has not had problems keeping up. So we did struggle against Sunday the first time. Very rationally, because I just don't build the characters, and Sunday was like a character check boss. After we came back with Firefly, we had some built characters. We creamed them, more or less. So as long as you do keep fairly up on your account, you can play this game casually. And they've added more stuff to make it even more casual. So it's good for keeping up with the story. If you want to do everything, though, like, yeah, it's a second job. But I think most gachas are that way. In general, they're just second jobs. I feel like there was another one I missed. Will it still be there? I should go check.
A gentle texture and a fine craftsmanship.
Oh, right. Forgot to ask me about sprite sheet examples. You're going to do that weeks ago, but been lost in your own world, mostly due to taking your family and work and stuff. Oh, okay. Yeah, so that's not really something I'm going to look at while on stream, but if you could connect with me on, like, literally anywhere else, there's definitely some links in the description below. Whether you go into the Discord, whether you find me on Twitter or something and DM me, you can ask there. I'll check it out after the stream is over. Get back to you. I swear there was one. I hear beeps. Did I miss one? Yep, there's one. I want to catch all of these.
Hello, lovely actor. You can call me the director doll. I often use this name in film credits. If you didn't know, I'm the one who directed the entire farce in Penacony. As the leading man of the show, what did you think? Feel free to share your thoughts. Well, actually, due to the current plot requirements, you're only allowed to say one line. So please try and resist the urge to share your thoughts.
I do like the meta humor, especially with the masked fools, because Aha the Elation is such a comical eon, and all of his followers are, that they're allowed to do like meta humor, fourth wall breaks and everything. It's fun. Aha was like aware that there was a version of him in the simulated universe. That was pretty funny. What are my thoughts on the story of Penacony? Let's say you have too many story transitions.
It's all my fault for being duped by the masked fools. This screenplay was written by someone named Miss Sparkle. She said she graduated from Sparkle University's film directing and screenwriting program, so we instantly hit it off. Who knew that there was no such thing as the film directing and screenwriting program at Sparkle University? In fact, Sparkle University isn't even real! Ah, Sparkle! Since you're done asking questions, I'm done answering. According to the script, I must reveal to you the fact that there's no bomb here at all, thus causing you to want to kick yourself for spending this whole time listening to me prattling on, after which we will part ways.
Yeah.
But don't fret, I've also prepared a gift for you. A dream bubble that has the thrilling life and death moments I shared with the beautiful memo keeper. If you haven't seen it yet, you should hurry up and look for Dr. Edward.
Let's see. The harmless chatterbox plush doll bows affectionately to you, blowing you a kiss before bounding away, vanishing into the depths of the cabin with joyful leaps. That's crazy that the doll can do all of those motions. I wish they would have animated it, but it's fine. At least they described it. These games do kind of descend from visual novels. All I ask is that they describe what's going on. Half the time, they don't even do that. I hear a chest.
An abundant fragrance, worthy of recognition.
Oh, yep, there was another sparkle doll. Whenever we come to the end of the stream, whatever amount of stellar jade we have, we will use it on pulls, I guess. We probably should be saving for Tribby, to be honest. But that's not how we use this account. This account is a greedy and stupid account where we just pull when we have it. And we could probably actually use Never Give Up, Never Surrender. I like that. By Asterically, this is obviously never going to give you up. Never going to let you down. They've rickrolled us several times using the mask fools throughout the game. But yeah, we don't have Robin. And Robin's currently on banner, so we could just use all the pulls on Robin. We probably won't get her, but actually it wouldn't be bad if we lost a 50-50 because then Tribby would be guaranteed.
Can't play it here. How about this? I'll recite it for you. Next up, please enjoy a recital of Never Give Up, Never Surrender. Oh, aha! If you ask me how I feel about you, don't tell me that you pretend not to see. They will never give you up, never make you sad. They will never give you up, never make you cry. They will never say goodbye to you, never tell lies to hurt you.
These lyrics are pretty much in the description of Aha as well if you go into the databank. After the almost tearful exclamation of praise aha comes to pass, all that is left of the doll's mouths are the lingering echoes of an irritating cassette tape. Turns out that this is the bomb after all, just a vintage tape recorder. I think that's the last one. I think we got them all. But we'll go down and check. There could be one in the lounge. Oh. What are you doing here? Oh, that was one. Okay.
Can't you tell? I'm the origami doll, Tweet. Actually, there are 998 more dolls that can pack a punch just like me on the Radiant Feldspar, Tweet. Please call them back to the Golden Sparkle Tree. I will prepare a worthy gift for your troubles, Tweet. As for that imaginary neutron bomb you want, don't interrupt me. I know you never mentioned those 3 words to me before. Well, the bomb isn't here, Tweet. I'm afraid you'll have to look elsewhere for it.
Yeah, the peculiar doll flicks its twin ponytails and vanishes into the sky of the dreamscape. A sight much more thrilling than an origami bird. As for the golden sparkle tree, forget about it. Most likely it's just some random balderdash that Sparkle made up.
Cut away the heart of strife.
Alright. Well, I think that has to be it. So now we go and we meet Firefly out on the deck.
Is that Firefly?
Indeed, it is. Oh, you wouldn't let me pop it, jerks.
28 minutes, 45 seconds.
You're here.
Let's see.
Looks like she also sent you a message. Since you're here, I'll just keep it short. Just over half an hour ago, I received a message from an unknown sender and rushed here as soon as I could.
This shows that it's not something I really want to talk about while playing what is otherwise a game for younger people.
Lost the protection of the order. If it were to blow up here,
Teenagers play this game.
would be
Might even be
unfathomable.
watching it.
I've scrutinized it for a long time, but the bomb's design is incredibly unique, as if it's been locked by some mysterious path force. Apart from its creator, I fear no one knows how to deactivate it.
I'm not going to censor your chat or anything, though. It can stay there, but I'm not going to talk about it right now.
You mean the Watchmaker's guests? That's a pity. Based on my experience, I don't think any of them can turn the tide on this situation. The Memo Keeper may be able to teleport the bomb to a deserted location, but I have found a note inside the doll.
Are these games for kids? I thought all waifu games were 16 up. I mean, that depends on your region. I believe these are rated like T, which would be like 13, 14 up here. I think overseas, they want you to be 16 or older. This was a little more mature than, say, Genshin, but they're kind of close to the same age. Genshin is obviously marketing towards younger people. but I would still easily say teenagers. ZZZ is a higher rating, though. ZZZ is 100% 16 up overseas and would probably be marketed towards young adults as well. But especially if you've played the puzzle, these are kids games, or teen games. I separate kids and teens. I don't think they're the same thing.
I don't know what grudges they have, but this path is a dead end, too.
And, I mean, you can see the clear difference. While there are some scantily clad outfits, barely, in both Genshin and Star Rail, the characters aren't overtly sexualized. In fact, for marketing, they kind of go out of their way to try not to. You might find a character here or there that's supposed to be like a femme fatale or something, but most of their characters aren't sexualized. You go to ZZZ, no, ZZZ, the characters are explicitly sexualized. That is a higher rated game than these other two. I would even say Honkai Impact 3rd should be a higher rated game too. I don't remember what its overseas rating is. But there are characters that are explicitly sexualized in that game.
Running out and she is a master of disguise. And even if we catch her, she won't come quietly.
The puzzles in these games are definitely kids games, I'll tell you that. Oh, I'm not even gonna say teens. They're kids puzzles.
Actually,
they could be a little harder to do on stream because when you're streaming, your thoughts are multiple places. But man, these puzzles,
death 3 times in the land of dreams.
they are boring when I'm off stream playing them just by myself.
Heralds the 3rd time. You may already know.
Like some of the puzzles that these
no
games
way
are,
of evoking
there's
dreams.
stuff that you'd expect to be in
I
like
employ a
Mario.
Stellar Hunter's special method in order to enter dreams instead.
Not an insult towards
allows
them.
me to
I
perform
still
feats
think they're
that
good
typical
puzzles.
dream chasers
I'm just
can't.
well above the age rating for
As
these
long
puzzles.
as I can bear the pain of the Memoria pressure, I'll be able to dive into the primal memory zone beyond the dream and extend a lifeline to the radiant Feldspar. I will take this bomb into the depths of the dreamscape.
There is one puzzle though
As deep as possible where there are no
that
living souls around. That way,
both I and Marsupial were having trouble on, and we thought, like, are we just missing it? Are we overthinking it? No, it turns out that we literally couldn't get the answer. You needed to talk to multiple people throughout the community from different regions to put the answer together. So if you ever come to that puzzle in Amphoris, anybody who's watching this or playing it, go look it up. Don't feel guilty for it. They literally designed it to where you couldn't figure it out.
don't worry.
Like different servers
I
had
believe
different
that this
parts
Firefly
of the
armor
puzzle.
will be enough
You
to
had
take
to
me
talk
where
to
I
other
need
people to
go
get it.
before the countdown ends. And maybe even make it back safely. At present, this is our best and most logical course of action. After all, a long story deserves a happy ending. I have some words to share with you, though they were spoken to me by Miss Acheron. She said that the so-called impossible is merely something that is yet to happen. At the moment, there are so many things that seem impossible, but are they really never going to happen? Maybe it's just that the moment to disprove these impossibilities hasn't arrived yet. Whether it be a literal ending, suffering akin to death, or a harrowing deathscape. Before the appointed destination arrives, they are all the same. Yet I can still make myriad choices. I also firmly believe that when that moment arrives for us to make a choice, the answer to our end will already be within our hearts. It is not destiny that shapes us, but we who shape destiny. The Astral Express and the Stellaron Hunters are like light and shadow.
Let's see. Yeah, looking at the story idea you just said. Don't know if that story will be relevant in the future, though.
Forward and growing together.
Yeah, you kind of just don't want to date your stories too much. And sometimes dating your story can be a cool time capsule if it is in the era that it takes place, but also sometimes dating it can make it just unrelatable if people don't understand what you're talking about 5-10 years down the road, even 50 years down the road.
Always remember, don't leave with any regrets.
You know, it could be,
Have this right.
it's a gamble.
Since you care so much about other people's safety, why don't you go take a closer look?
That was rude.
You see, everything is possible in this land of dreams. We each came here with our own goals and realized them in unimaginable ways. Regardless if the result was a sweet illusion or a bitter reality. It was an answer we longed for, day and night. So, why do people choose to slumber?
Yeah, this scene probably looks way better on my screen than it does on stream.
You said. Because in the end,
My computer's not digging this.
we will wake up from our dreams.
Let's see. Who would win in a fight, Albert Wesker or Senator Armstrong? Ooh, that's a tough one. I'm going to say Armstrong. Mostly for scaling reasons, right? And that's because Raiden's feats in that game are so ridiculous, they kind of outshine basically anything that happens in Resident Evil. And the fact that, like, Albert is killable by means that people have in Resident Evil. And Armstrong could take blows directly from, you know, Jack. I just don't think Wesker could hurt Armstrong. I think he would just win.
When I arrived, I happened to see a child holding it.
But that's just
flowers were
me thinking off the
prepared
top of my head. I just don't think their
For the
feats are close. There could be things that Wesker has in his favor that could overturn it. That's something I'd have to do more of a deep dive. I have played pretty much every game Wesker's been in, and I've played through Metal Gear Rising: Revengeance, so I'm familiar with both characters.
Will always be remembered by someone.
But I haven't scaled them particularly. I'm just
Now
favoring
Penacony,
Armstrong in this one.
as you hoped, has welcomed the dawn after a long, dark night. The path forward may not be a bed of roses.
But that's if we're only talking about the canon versions of them from their world. If we take, like, the version of Wesker from Marvel vs. Capcom, then Wesker wins by default because the versions of the characters in those games have to all be able to kill each other.
But before leaving, we still have one last thing to do.
Let's say goodbye to Akron, because she's actually alive for us to say goodbye to.
It is my honor. I've said many goodbyes. Yet I am glad that this is the first time I speak these words with a smile. But before leaving, I'm sure you all have plenty to say to the nameless of the past. A fitting end to the tale of the departed. One could not ask for a better farewell. Go on. They're all here.
Honestly, when I heard the conductor's request, I was pretty surprised.
Like, I'm thinking about this further, too.
The Nameless.
To kill Wesker, which he's pretty unkillable. He's survived many things. But, like, the things that presumably have killed him time and time again. It's like you have to drop him into a volcano or something, and he might have survived that. I don't think a volcano would kill Armstrong at all, or even come close to it. I don't think, like, if he had his nanomachines active, you would even think a volcano would have killed him.
But the stars will attest to their journeys. The first glimmer of light in the prolonged night often illuminates little. As
Like, I'm pretty sure his nanomachines would just let him outlive lava.
But because of this, people will remember. As long as something shines in the night sky.
But I think Wesker survived that too, if I recall.
Countless more will follow.
Like, he was in there, shot a rocket launcher at him.
Across the horizon.
These are both very unkillable people, but I think they're just different scales.
Rosalina, Jay, and Estella. We raise a toast to you, trailblazers of the Silver Rail. A toast to history that no longer remains silent. The passionate and
I think that was the
courageous
strongest
pursuit
Wesker was,
and
when
the
he
voyage
also had the Ouroboros in him.
stars.
So I'm trying to use him at his peak. If he doesn't have access to that, I think Armstrong just completely destroys him. Oh, wait. There he is. It's like, why was I seeing something next to me? This represents Gallagher.
It wasn't here last time.
Looks like this is the last riddle that Mr. Gallagher left for us. In the end, we still failed to figure out his true identity, or if he was even a living person.
What should I say? I mean, this guy is definitely a history fictionologist, all right. I'm suddenly reminded of the time at the theme park when he said he was only 13 years old. Could that have meant something too?
Yes, he was talking about death.
Either way,
13 is the number for death.
He's an enigmatic character for sure. At least our journey together in Penacony was
Even compared to both those characters, Welt here
and love for this land.
would just kill both of them. No problem. Not even close. Strange. Wesker hasn't appeared in Death Battle yet. Obviously, Armstrong is the preferred match. Yeah, I could tell from your question. I don't know why he hasn't shown up.
Gallagher, we raise a toast to you, the slumbering hound.
I've been over Death Battle for a really long time. I like the guys.
All lies,
You know, I've talked to them before in person at conventions.
if we ever
Their
meet
conventions
again,
back when they were Screw Attack.
please
They're
don't
cool
have me
guys, but
riddles.
like, I've just been over it. At least the show's been getting better over time. Like, their research has been improving, so that's always good. I wonder if it'll keep up to the standard that it's been doing as it comes back. I haven't watched any of the new ones, I think. Or did I? No, I think I watched Bardock versus Omni-Man, right? I think that was a newer one. That's the only one I watched. I don't really have any intention of watching them, though. I think a friend sent me that one, and that's why I watched it. Which was also totally wrong, but, you know, whatever.
Apologies, Mr. Mika, that we are only
They always do Saiyans dirty in Death Battle, like every single time they pull one in.
You've all done so much for the Watchmaker, and we are forever indebted.
Like, that would have been a closer battle if Bardock didn't have the ability to go Super Saiyan. That would have been more fun. But then they go and they give him the ability to go Super Saiyan, and it's like, why?
Many will continue
Well,
to
he
live
just
here.
destroys Omni-Man if he
Those
goes Super
accustomed
Saiyan.
to
Not
being
according to
awake,
them. It's like,
most
you know, according to the source material, yeah.
with their eyes
They recently did Eggman versus
the order
Bowser.
has
They did Eggman versus Bowser in the past, right? Or
this primal memory zone.
no, they did Eggman versus Wily, right?
Penacony's nights are long.
And they did
There are
Ganon
many
versus
who are
Bowser. Is
still
this the first
far
time they did
from
Eggman
good
versus
night's
Bowser?
sleep. As
I
for
could
the
see it being
sweet
another one of
dreams
those ones
of
where it's just like army versus army. Because Bowser's got a big one.
We're still managing without it, aren't we?
I think, and they probably didn't consider this. I'm not going to watch it, so I don't know who won.
Mika and residents.
And I really actually don't care who won by their standards unless they actually got the research,
Watchers
right?
of the long
But
dream.
Mario characters,
To your tenacity,
if you
throughout
listen
time,
to the creators of Mario,
each sorrowful night,
who
and
treat Mario like
to the
he
dawn
is
of
a
his final
Herculean hero,
repose.
and everything that is true about one version of Mario is true about all versions of Mario, they've said this themselves, then Mario characters just scale higher than Sonic characters. They do. Mario's faster than Sonic in his lore. Or at least he, maybe not in foot speed, but his reaction speed is way, way faster than Sonic's. And then the fact that, like, Bowser scales higher than that. Army versus Army, maybe a lot of Eggman stuff might be tougher, but I think Bowser just wins against Eggman's army solo. He doesn't need his army.
A new beginning.
In the end, we still came full circle. This trailblazing expedition started from the moment.
But I think
we
that's
knew
because
about
they don't
ran
want
into each
to
other.
admit
After going
that
on a
Mario
journey of
characters
many
are like
twists and turns,
starbusters.
They still ended up where they started. Just like a clock's
Most people
hands
don't
that
want to
turn
admit that.
round and round.
They don't want to admit just how
Start
like
and
ridiculously
end of
strong
each
Mario
day
characters
will
are. Even
always
going
land
back
on 12 o'clock.
to the SNES,
advent
where
of
Mario
time moving forward.
in Super Mario World at the end of one of the
There shouldn't
castles
be much left to
literally
say.
lifts up
This
the
entire
castle
adventure
and
started
just
because of you,
chucks it.
and should naturally end with you.
And that
then
castle,
a new
with everything
castle
inside of it, should weigh as much as like the Great Pyramid in Giza. So, and that's a lower level feat. Actually, that's an early feat for
Mikhail
Mario.
Char legwork. We raise
If you
a
count the
toast to you,
RPGs and some of the stuff that happens in there, it's like,
Watchmaker
nah,
of the land of
it's
the
not even
dreams,
close.
Nameless of the Astral Express.
Mario could have fought at the
The
Cell games,
Penacony's past,
and he would have been
present,
okay. He probably wouldn't have killed Cell,
and the child's
unless he had a
unwavering
power up or
dream
something,
unto
but like base Mario could have fought at the Cell games prior to Super Perfect Cell.
His name list should be complete, right?
The trailblaze can illuminate the way. But ultimately, the future of a world belongs to those who live in it.
I still feel that Mr. Mikhail must have really wanted to witness this day himself.
What's on your mind, March?
Just a strange feeling. I had it a few stops ago, but it's super strong this time.
Why not talk about it? Maybe everyone's thinking the same thing.
Further, give him some power ups, like give him the Pure Heart, or from the Paper Mario franchise or whatever. Mario then becomes like a universe, multiverse buster.
Mikhail, Mr. Tiernan,
He's got some pretty
or
crazy
Madame
power ups.
Rosalina. Their lives
Infrequent
must
ones,
have been
things that he
long.
just shouldn't regularly have access
Must
to.
have
But he's got some
experienced
crazy
plenty of
ones.
stories. They were also young once, stumbling and bumbling around just like us, getting into scraps and mischief, that sort of stuff. Companions,
You know who you'll also never see in one of those death battles?
adventures,
Any characters from the
all
Hoyo
the
games.
sad and happy memories.
Which is actually probably for the best, unless you pick something from
Every
Genshin,
day
because it's
that
like
we're
lower
used
scale.
to. They've lived through them too.
Genshin's pretty moderate scale. I think the highest damage you ever see there, for the most part, is like maybe a nuke. But like if you took stuff from earlier Hoyo games, or like Honkai Impact 3rd, it's like, nah, there's no point. Unless you pick somebody else that's equally as ridiculous. Most recent death battle is Kratos versus
know,
Asura. I heard of that one.
But the thing that I can't get out of my mind is the
That was
present.
weird. And that's only because I just don't know enough about Asura.
It'll be easier to understand.
I haven't
if
played
use an
Asura's Wrath.
analogy. Like when you're reading a book.
Kratos is ridiculously strong, but I know Asura is too. These are basically like both creator god levels within their own worlds. I think the only thing there is not scaling the character itself, it's scaling the world, right? Like what does being the level of a creator god mean in their world? And then basically whichever one is higher wins. maybe Wiz and Boomstick are considering Toru from Dragon Maid. I don't even know the scaling on Toru. I would have assumed by default street level, but I think also they're supposed to be gods, so maybe they're going with the myths behind these dragons.
Because we've seen every nook and
Like I think
cranny
one of the
their
dragons
lives,
in there is
we see
basically
these people
Quetzalcoatl.
as special.
So they might be going with the higher scaling. I don't know. I
There are
didn't watch
parts of
through
it that
Dragon
aren't
Maid to
really
know.
realistic nor logical. We still hope that their story gets a good ending when it comes. But what if they...
I know these games are getting popular. Maybe somebody would put in there.
aren't
Kratos won the
really
battle.
that
I could see that.
special?
Kratos
Sat in this chair, waiting for the Astral
is at
Express to
least
arrive every
multiversal.
day. What was he thinking?
The Toru's into God. Okay.
At the end of his life, he could still firmly say he had no
Like I
regrets.
said, I haven't seen it all the way. I've seen like maybe an episode or two. Kratos is at least multiversal, if not outerversal. He's pretty ridiculously strong.
I think each and every one of us.
There's
is
some
searching for
arguments
the answer
on
to
either
this
end of that
very
range
question.
for him, and they're all
Universe
pretty
is
plausible.
vast, and our lives are but specks.
But it
The
really
trailblaze
just depends,
never
like,
ends. But against the
does
backdrop of the
Asura
cosmos, the
get up
average
that high?
person's
Like,
lifelong
does his
journey
world
is
scale to that?
merely a short
Apparently,
stretch.
according to them, it doesn't. I don't know if
It
they're
is
right
in
or
this
not.
minuscule
Like I said, their
distance
research
that
is usually
paths cross
pretty
and
flimsy,
countless
but
worlds
I mean, it
connect.
could be.
The universe
I'm inclined
may
to
not
agree with that
remember every
result.
person who leaves a tie along
But that's
the
also
way.
me not knowing much about the other character.
As long as we remember, their stories will never end.
I know the basic story of the game. I think I've
And
watched a
what Mr.
playthrough.
McHale has left for
I've
us
never
is
really
his
gone down
answer to this
and
very question.
did some like
It may not be
nitpicking
perfect,
research or scaling
But it
for it.
left a smile on this storied, jaded old nameless's face at the end of his life. And its meaning will be
Which is what
interpreted
you
by
really got to
those who
do,
come
right?
after.
You can remember some feats and you could start doing math on it, and if they're like really obvious, that's fine. But the less obvious or the more esoteric a feat is, the more you actually have to get into the meat and be
This
nitpicky
is
about
what
it,
trailblazing is.
using like the context of the rest of the game to
Sure.
explain what you're saying. Sometimes even
sorry
like
for
going
bringing
to the
down the
creators
vibe.
and being like, what was your intent behind
Mom.
this?
Tell us the dad
You might be able
joke
to
to
find it
lighten
in
the
an
mood.
interview. And does what we see line up with the creator's intent?
It's never a bad thing to reflect. One day, we'll all have to face our own farewells.
But before that, we still have a long way ahead of us together.
So the most important thing right now is to tell the conductor what we saw in Penacony. Then prepare ourselves for our next trailblazing destination.
I should get back to the Express. Or maybe I could say my final goodbye to Acheron.
No, we got to say goodbye to Acheron. That is mandatory. You do not have a choice. She's right in May. You do not get to not say goodbye to Right in May. That is against the rules.
Do you still remember when we first arrived in Penacony? Who would have thought our paths would cross in such a way? Come to think of it, I didn't even get a chance to formally introduce myself. Simply put, I'm a self-annihilator who was cursed by the Nihility. My hometown was destroyed a long time ago, and the whole world was erased beneath their shadow. In order to fight
I actually
against the
wonder
cruel end of self-destruction,
what the scaling on Acheron
I
is
went
here,
on a
because I
journey
don't think we've
in
seen enough to
search of a
know.
way to sever the
You could
chains of the
probably make some assumptions that she probably has to scale to
I am
at
convinced
least
that
something
my
close to
destination lies within
end
the
of
depths
part
of the
1
dark web,
right in May, just
where
because her
reality
story
and the
mirrors
nihility are
a lot of what's going on there.
In there lurks a
But the
secret
world
cult
collapsed, so maybe
device
she's
known
not as strong. But even then, if
One
she
day,
is, this character is probably the strongest person we've seen so far. Annihilate an entire
The
world,
ocean of
possibly.
stars is vast.
And by world,
And given our destination,
they don't mean like planet.
afraid our paths may not cross again.
The scaling is higher.
Expedition
Talking about like the
ahead is
reality
always
around the
full
world.
of unknowns.
But I don't know if she
My
actually
blade
scales to
is
that. It's
sharp
hard to
enough
tell.
sever fate. As long as we maintain our original
A lot of
resolve,
context clues and assumptions
I
have to be
believe there
made.
will come a day where we will meet again.
I'm sure we'll see more. We'll probably get some clues later. Acheron seems to be an important character that will pop up during like very
In that
key
case,
parts
I
of the
must
story.
apologize for my rudeness.
If she pops up again.
Do you remember when we first met? I once
Probably near
said
the
you
very end. I think
reminded
she's
me
going to
of
come back around near the very end.
Because of the Self-Annihilator's curse, my memories are stripped away, blurring my past. And after our journey together, what I originally thought were familiar feelings were merely illusions. I believe this was truly our first meeting. That's right. What matters more is not who I am, but what we have done together. This story will forever be etched in my heart. We both still have our own paths to walk. So let's forge ahead.
I actually can't wait to see what happens with the Trailblazer here. In many ways, like the Trailblazer is kind of like a shonen protagonist, in the way that we're like seeing him or her, depending on which one you pick, develop over time, getting stronger. And it almost looks like they're trying to turn him into somebody who could kill an Eon. I don't know if that's actually what's happening, but it kind of feels like that. So it'd be interesting to see what where the Trailblazer story goes. For this playthrough, for this account, we're obviously playing Kalis, the male option. My personal one, I picked Stell, so I get to see the scenes from both perspectives. See if there's any differences between them. And I have to say, I think some of the scenes are better if you picked a guy, and some of them are better if you picked a girl. I even think some of the classes, the paths are better, depending on which one you pick, because the voice actors just sell the lines better. Oh, that's Pom Pom, by the way. That was the animal she was talking about. She wanted the tail from earlier.
Don't be sad. Don't cry.
Wow. Your method of consolation is truly unsophisticated.
Still better than just standing there like a scarecrow. How could you say that? Don't be so mean. And while you're here, why don't you help me comfort Pom Pom? We told Pom Pom all about our adventure, and they suddenly started crying. I've never seen Pom Pom so sad before. The conductor never cries. Pom Pom is never sad. Pom Pom is just angry. Yeah, angry. No matter where the express stops, you lot always manage to cause chaos. My well-thought-out timetable completely ignored. If you carry on like this, the express is gonna run out of fuel.
That was a crazy thought when I first heard it. Like, I didn't even know the Express could run out of fuel.
It's not because of Misha, Tiernan, Rosalina, and the rest.
Shouldn't you have black fur? I think that is supposed to be black fur. That's just the way it's colored to be a little more
Pom Pom, just let it all out.
entertaining. It's just like not lustrous black fur.
Could you all take a break in the next car? Don't worry. I'll stay here with Pom Pom.
But
Let's go, March.
I guess you can make arguments that it's like really dark brown fur, but that's what she was talking about. That's why they said that she had a sense of humor. If I want to revive Akavili, I need the tail of that animal, which is the conductor of Akavili's train. Okay. I am going to take a very quick restroom break. Okie doke. I'm back. Oh, we've got a lot of achievements here. I've not paused the entire time we were on the Radiant Felspar. All of these are the I completed story stuff. I don't think anything else. Yeah, that's it. What are we at? We're not going to do our polls yet because we're still playing. Well, let's just take a check. Have not accumulated jack squat. Okay. Well, we have not looked for all of the chests on that place. I think we're still missing a few. We also were not playing a part of the story where there are a lot of rewards. We'll probably get to that as soon as we get to Amphoris. When we get there, I have no clue. I still haven't even decided what we're doing next.
Be so distraught.
Those three nameless must have meant a lot to Pom Pom.
No one knows exactly when Pom Pom boarded the Express, but one can surmise that their journey has been filled with many hellos and goodbyes. Probably more than we can imagine. The fact that they're crying so hard is probably a good sign. It proves that Pom Pom's emotions haven't become dulled by the grind of time. They still deeply cherish every nameless who has boarded the Express and value every journey shared with them. Leave it to Himiko. When it comes to comforting, there's no one better on the Express. Well, they were a little emotional at the time, but I'm afraid that's not out of the question. Since you joined us, the Express has stayed longer than anticipated at every stop along the way. And to ensure that everyone always makes it back on board, Pom Pom has had no choice but to delay the warp jump schedule.
I see. No wonder I can regularly hear Pom Pom pacing anxiously up and down the corridor.
Turns out Pom Pom's been silently putting in a lot of work for us. Wow.
Different from typical vehicles, The Astral Express converts every trailblaze into the energy it needs to run. Ideally, as long as trailblazing expeditions continue without interruption, the Express will receive a constant flow of energy, much like a perpetual motion machine. But because of our previous encounters, fuel is being used up much faster than expected. We can probably only pull off 2 more
Hey,
warp
you know,
jumps
listen,
at
it's not
most.
my fault that every single place we go, there's been a Stellaron disaster.
That's super risky. I don't want to become an ice cube floating around in space again.
At least you'll be an adorable ice cube.
When you put it like that, it doesn't actually sound too bad.
Archie, you're so easy.
Become an adorable ice cube floating around in space again.
Which also means that we must prudently consider our next destination.
Yes, I've already checked the astral charts. The 2 nearest worlds to us are the oceanic planet of Lushaka and the agate world Melustanen. As for which one we're headed to, that still requires a vote.
Yeah, probably never gonna play this game, even if it wasn't a freemium game, says Fishjo. So Planet Buster Swordsman never really intended, I'm guessing you mean interested you. Well, I mean, that's like most JRPGs, which this technically isn't one, but it's the Chinese game that's trying to be like a JRPG.
It's a very cute room.
It's trying to
Miss
be in the same
March.
genre.
Just like you.
I guess at this point we just call them like Asian RPGs because they're not really limited to Japan. Eastern RPGs, maybe. But then again, you have like people in America making RPGs the same way. But there does seem to be different types of turn-based that aren't all identical. So we still just, as a habit, use JRPG as like an old term. But like almost all of them get stupidly strong. Like, you actually read what's going on. I think every Dragon Quest is that way. Every Final Fantasy is basically that way. There's some that aren't, obviously. Yakuza Like a Dragon is a turn-based RPG that is actually a JRPG because it was made in Japan. Everything is like street level there.
You mentioned a suggestion.
I accidentally overheard how the Express obtains fuel.
That's most things in the genre,
with
though.
everyone to see if we could work together. But now, it appears my suggestion could be the very lifeline that saves everyone.
Please speak candidly.
Like all the SMT games
Depending
fall in
on
that
what you say,
category.
we could very well ask you to disembark.
Ah, the Permanence's descendant. What a charming little dragon. Especially with those mired memories of yours. But I digress. If the Astral Express is in urgent need of a special trailblazing expedition to
I think
recharge
Pokemon
its
would probably be one of the
engine,
few exceptions. There's
Have
some
you all
crazy
considered
feats in Pokemon if you read the Pokedex. I don't believe any of
perhaps
them
your
to the world.
destination could be a world that even
Like
the
maybe
renowned
with an
Poppy
exception like
Hill
Arceus
never
or whatever.
reached.
Mewtwo, like the
Should you be
legendaries,
able
might
to
have
lay
actually done
down a
crazy
new
things. You have like
stretch of
Kyogre,
Silver
Groudon.
Rail, the
But for like
Express may
most
never
of
have
the
to worry
Pokemon,
about
I don't think they
energy
scale as high as the Pokedex implies. The Pokedex was all written by like a 14-year-old. I don't trust them.
Continue.
They're your character's entries.
This
You're the one writing
destination
those.
Of which you speak. What sort of world is it?
A world
The original
that
XCOM's
many
fun.
across the universe don't even know exists. A world hidden away.
It'd be cool if
from
XCOM
outside
2 was fun, but the
observation.
original XCOM is fun.
Its presence only revealed by the light from the mirror of the Garden of Recollection. A world fettered by 3
Almost
paths,
every other
its
game that's tried to be
destiny
like
hanging
XCOM
in the
makes a better
balance.
XCOM 2 than XCOM 2 does.
The Eternal Land, Amphorius.
That's where we're heading, to Amphorius. Maybe.
I hope I'm not too late.
I need to decide if there's any other side stories we gotta do first.
I wasn't expecting it to be you.
Like, I think we could skip
Don't you know how many sentry posts the family has
the
built?
Sunday,
And how hard it is to get you out of here.
fugue, maybe? Unless they force us.
Looks like my time's up.
What do you mean?
Like, if that's the next
What
mission on the list, we'll just do that.
Negotiation.
If it just immediately pops up.
Interrogation.
Some of these
or death.
continuances kind of just disappear.
My fate.
So, like, I don't know if they're going to make us go do the war dance. The war dance should be the next one after this.
The dance is done.
And then getting Sunday and Fugue should be the one after that, I think.
Pretense. And give someone who's about
I think
to
that's
die
the order.
chance to talk.
Despite your fall from grace, you still look well.
So,
I'm
well,
very glad to
if
see
they
that you're so
aren't pushed to the side like some of the other continuances have been, and they're the next mission that pops up, that's the one we're going to do.
With
Most Pokedex entries are written by 11-year-olds. No, that's not true. It's close, but not true.
Just to sate your vile vanity.
There's like
Of course not.
the game
I
version of the
merely came to
characters.
fulfill
None of them are
your
younger than 12, I
sister's
think.
wishes,
From what I've looked.
offer you
The
a
oldest
generous
one
trade.
is
That
I think
you're willing to
Hilda.
accept.
Robin?
But like one of them's
Build a
actually
true haven where everyone can
15.
attain
In like I think Black and White 2 is the 15
That's
one.
the oath between
But
your
they all
siblings,
range
isn't it?
to around
If I told you
close to
there
high
was
school age,
still a
like entering high
chance
school.
to
So they'll be like
realize this
13
vow,
to 15.
Would you be willing to talk to me then?
Which makes sense if you go to the lore of the game, separate it from all other media, and only look at what the game is
Which
supposed to be.
Why you don't have to answer me right now.
And
Go now. You are free, O chosen
getting
one.
getting your masters
Dare to
in
exceed
Pokemon,
his
like going out and being a field researcher,
wings,
is your
descend to
replacement
the
for high
Northern
school
Realm,
in that
walk their
world,
lands.
right?
See what this world is truly like.
Scarlet and Violet being the exception, which you're still kind of doing it, but you're actually going to an academy in that one that is like your higher learning.
As I mentioned earlier,
But when you finish the Pokedex, you are
don't have to
in the
give me an
original game.
answer
You're
right
given like a master's certificate.
rewards are
That's
not
what makes you a
reaped in a
Pokemon
day.
master.
And if there's one thing I'm best at, it's waiting. The sweet dream still continues.
But I guess
and
for
the
the
night is
younger
still
ones,
long.
there isn't that much of a difference between 11 and 13-year-olds. So I'm not gonna say you're totally wrong
A word
there.
of advice for you before we part
Like
ways.
I probably trust the
A word of
15-year-old about
warning
as much as I trust the
Someone
11-year-old
who's been in your shoes before.
when it comes to what they've
Life
documented in
is
their
too
Pokedex.
short to miss out on golden opportunities.
Okay, that mission is completed. Which means Boot Hill can now enter the ship. Robin can now be a guest. Sparkle. Black Swan. Argenti. All who wakes. So is that the next mission? Let me look. It's been a while. Deep Sky. Why are you still in Penacony? Okay. Because that's what we just want to do, the Trailblaze mission. We don't really want to do these continuances yet. Although I like these stories, we will eventually do them on stream. A lot of people didn't like it. I enjoyed the Rappa banana side story. Rappa's a cool character. Yeah, the monkeys were a little obnoxious, but that was kind of the point, and I think the humor works well enough around them. The monkeys themselves aren't funny. It's the things that happen with the monkeys that are. So I think you have to have the right mindset on that. But we need to do all of these eventually. But they're not super important for us to continue. That's the war dance. Okay, so we don't have to do the war dance. But I think Maybe this is the one with Sunday and Fugue. So we might still have to take a stop back at Penacony. Parappa? No, just Rappa. Here, let me... She should be in the character and Hold on. Hold on. Hopefully we're fine. Okay. Sorry, it disconnected inconveniently as I went to go click on the character decks, but this is Rappa. She's cool. But we're not doing her story today. A lot of people do call her Parappa, though, and it's fair because she is a rapper. That's ridiculous. Yeah, she is a rapper. She's a rapping ninja. Instead of Parappa the rapper, she's just Rappa the rapper. I'm trying to think. I think she is currently my favorite character in this game. She's a ninja in the way that like a weeb is a ninja, like a Naruto style ninja, which sounds awful, but the game actually explains it and has a really good reason for why she is the way that she is. She's not actually a ninja.
That's what Miss Black Swan said. It's a world hidden away from outside observation, with a presence only revealed by the light from the mirror of the Garden of Recollection. It's mysterious, all right. You haven't been with us on the Express very long. Will the journey be too much for you to handle?
It's fine. Oh, yeah, we're at the point where there are people without voices. I just noticed. Yeah, because this is the most recent mission. So Himiko says, there's no need to be nervous. I understand that it may be difficult for us to wrap our heads around the idea that there's a world Akavili didn't venture into. But a journey like that was only routine to the Express crew back then. After all, to trailblaze is to explore the universe's boundaries. I believe it's only Himiko and Danhang in this crew that don't have voices. If we're going to the actual Amphoris. Danhang goes with us, so we have to deal with him not having a voice.
We should consider Pom-Pom's opinion, too. They don't know we're considering Amphorius as a destination.
If we have to go back to Penacony first... Robin also doesn't have a voice down there. Sure, I'll take care of it. That said, Pom-Pom usually stays out of discussions about destinations. The final decision will likely still be on us to make. Yeah, because Himiko's the navigator. That's kind of her job. In that case, we'd best take the time to think this over.
Yeah. Plus, even if we pass Amphorius over, we've still got a fuel problem to solve.
Can I vote no? Of course you can. For now, I'll let Miss Black Swan know that we're considering the Eternal Land as a possible destination, but we're also keeping our options open. Spoiler! That's where we end up going. Seeing as how this is going to be an unusual adventure, it'd be good for us to take some time out to make preparations for the journey. Meanwhile, I'll see if I can find out more about Amphoris for our allies before departure. So, yeah, we're going to have to go pick up Sunday, which makes sense. He's involved in the story. So, obviously, we did have to do the Sunday one. It would have been cool if we could have just skipped it and he was on our Express and I didn't have to deal with him because I don't like Sunday, but, you know, whatever.
Or we could also revisit our previous stops to make sure that the astral charts and navigation routes are all functioning fine. I wonder if the hole in the Taikian Stadium has been repaired.
Sunday is the worst character in this game. Won't even accept objections to that. Maybe they'll make a worse one later, but right now he's the worst character in the game. And we have to put up with him. I pulled him too. I very much dislike him. I'm probably the #1 Sunday hater. But man, his kit is just too good. I wish his kit was on literally any character but him. Let's see, the Express has been on the go almost the whole time since we left the space station. We've barely had any time to catch our breath. Let's take this as an opportunity to wrap up our vacation instead and make the most of this break. See, Fitzjoso says, I'm having an issue in Fire Red. Don't know how to progress in the electricity gym, even though I defeated most of the opponents. So Lieutenant Surge, the way his gym works is that you just have to keep picking 2 trash cans until the barrier, or they look like trash cans, but 2 switches until the barrier is open. I don't know if they still look like trash cans of Fire Red. I forget. I have the image of them in my original game in my head. They look like trash cans then. But there's like, you know, the bunch of these switches in between all the people. I think they actually even keep changing if you get them wrong or whatever, but you just have to keep picking 2. And eventually the barrier will open and then you fight Surge. That's just how the gym works. It's an old gym. It's an old puzzle that's barely a puzzle. I think there is a pattern to it. Like, depending on wherever the first one is, the second one is, like, almost guaranteed to be there. I forget the pattern. It's been forever. But you could also just keep picking them all at random, and eventually it would open. You can just kind of, like, brain off, bash your head against the wall against the puzzle, and it will eventually open. Didn't even know there were even switches. Yeah, those kind of like things in between the people. Just talk to them. Eventually you'll flip some switches. I think like the only point to fighting the people, other than the fact that you might cross eyesight with them because of their positions, is they kind of give you hints that you're supposed to be checking the trash cans or whatever they are. But that's the only purpose they serve. Or experience. I always fight everything in the gym anyway because I don't want to leave the experience on the table. Sunday. Why? Why do I have to deal with you? You're like the neediest kid. It's like you exist only to show that your sister is a much better character. I guess I should give him a chance, though. After this, he is trying to go through a redemption arc. But my problem is I don't even really know if he needs to be redeemed. His plan was stupid. His philosophy's stupid. He's just not a very good character.
Creating chaos is also a means of maintaining social stability, if you ask me.
If you have the time for mindless gossip, you're probably better off spending it on getting actual work done.
Let's see, your party has a Charizard, a Pikachu, Meowth, and a Machop. You want that electric orb Pokemon. You mean Voltorb?
The threat's long been neutral.
The mimic Pokemon that looks like a Pokeball?
I mean, look at us. Sudden surge.
Which I think as far as like the game context, is a perfect mimic. Because all the items, the equivalent of a treasure chest in the world, looks like a Pokeball.
Like you've got insider intel.
And sometimes you pick one up and it's a Voltorb. Or later an Electrode. It's just horrible that they can self-destruct on you and make it hard to catch. They can just kill themselves.
Really a result of trouble within the Oak family?
Those are some difficult
If you catch a Voltorb, you kind of want to
Didn't I
like
just
put it to
say
sleep or something.
Creating chaos is also a means to maintaining social stability. Now, who knows who's been fanning the flames? But there are a dozen rumors going around out there, each one more outlandish than the last.
Oh, I've heard those. conspiracy theories about how the IPC had orchestrated everything and, what was it again? That the chaos was only quelled because of an accident? Makes no sense. So what's the lowdown?
Oh, the truth has probably been long buried under all the hearsay. All I can say for sure is that someone's taken the rap for it.
You mean the former Oak family head?
Bingo. Most of the blame was pinned on him when the Charmony Festival was abruptly cancelled. Since then, not a single soul's seen him. Heck, forget his whereabouts. Nobody even knows if he's still alive. Talk about scary. For all we know, we might have watched something go down in history, like what happened to the Black Plum family back then, without even realizing it.
I've heard another theory about that family head, though. I beg your pardon, sirs. Dreamweavers are carrying out inspections.
See, this is my major complaint with the story of this game. I brought it up earlier. And bring it up again because they said they're going to reduce the number of battles in the main story along with the number of puzzles. And the puzzles are more what some people are complaining about. Not me. I think you should have a lot of puzzles in an RPG's main story between battles. You should also have a lot of battles. I've been playing on stream for almost 4 hours now, just going through story that we've been missing. I played a single, completely optional battle that entire time.
I see.
In this turn-based RPG. Where are my battles?
Excuse me, sir.
If they go through with what they said, that actually is just going to make this game worse. It's going to be objectively a worse game than it already is.
Oh. Do you recall when or where?
At least there's plenty of battles if you play the side content, but you look at this account. This account is built just for the story, right? This is the experience that somebody will have if they pretty much just play the story.
I must be mistaken.
If you watch the streams here.
Sweet dreams to both of you, sirs.
And it's an okay story. I enjoy the world of Hoyo. They call it the Hoyo verse now. That's their international brand. We used to refer to it as the Honkai verse. But where are my battles?
You sure have a knack for stirring up trouble. Of all the routes available, you have
I want either a multi-wave chain battle or like 5 independent battles in between every scene.
If they see through the Harmony's power of disguise,
I want more battles than story.
Spare a thought for me, will you? Just being in your
like if I was
company is
playing
plenty
Final
enough to
Fantasy
get
or
me into
something.
trouble, Mr. Prime Fugitive of Penacony.
And early on it was that way, right? Because you had to walk in between all the scenes. And that was how you opened up the map. And you have to pretty much fight everything on the way. Her Space Station was a really fun tutorial to the game.
What about her?
Or prologue. There was a tutorial with Kafka, but then after that you were just in prologue, more or less.
At least she was spared from the consequences of my
See,
actions.
Fitzgerald also wants the Psychic Fox Pokemon, but they always teleport away. Abra.
Why do you
Abra
say
Fox?
Just
I could see it.
That being mean might be more effective than consoling.
Kadabra's got a foxy tail. Yeah, I could see that.
I've seen
I never
plenty
thought
like
about
you.
it that way, but
Eager for everyone to take you to task after a setback because that's the only way you'll feel better.
Even
'Cause the
almost
more
got
they
like the
condemn you, the more likely you can rectify your
kitten-y type face with the way the eyes are.
That said,
Yeah.
if I'd really wanted to hit you where it hurts,
Abra's another one where you
I'd
just
use a
kind of
different
have to
approach,
either
like a show of sympathy.
put it to sleep right away, so it can't teleport.
You're right.
Or
deny that.
the other option, what I do, you wait until you can buy Ultra Balls, and then you come back and you just throw Ultra Balls at everything without even giving it a
It
chance.
won't be necessary.
Lower level
I'm sure you
Pokemon
already
you could
know
just
why.
catch by throwing an Ultra
Considering
Ball
your
at it.
vested interest in reading my thoughts, I can't bring myself to see her when I'm a fugitive.
It's like the equivalent of the pay-to-win strategy. I have better equipment now. I'm just going to go back and boom.
Helping a
That's how I
fugitive
catch
return to their home.
majority of the Pokemon in the game. I just wait and come back. Actually, even higher level ones, if you're determined enough and you don't care, you can just keep throwing Ultra Balls. Just buy all the Ultra Balls you can, 99 at a time. And then you could just like, missed. And then after like your 15th Ultra Ball, you might catch it. Technically, you could catch legendary Pokemon that way too. A full health legendary Pokemon, though, being caught by an Ultra Ball, the percentage is like a percent of a percent, right? It's a fraction of a percent, a decimal percentage.
Reshape fate and weave a new.
Honestly, catching a legendary using not the Master Ball at low health has the same percent as just like throwing an Ultra Ball at almost any other Pokemon. If you can't tell, I catch Pokemon only if I think they're cool. That's fine. But you can still just come back and catch it with an Ultra Ball.
I see 2 bloodhounds. They appear to be on official business, unlike the pair from earlier. What's happening at Ideen Park?
I just realized the reason
In case you didn't notice, I can't see
Trial
anything.
Sunday, I think, didn't take over my team is because I already have a Sunday
I
on this
forgot that
team.
you're not very tall.
Remind me, why do I have to make this trip with you again?
We've been through
I should look at
this.
my team. I didn't pay attention to the
only
side.
one I
Maybe
can
it
turn
is
to
the
now.
Trial Sunday in his spot, or maybe they just let me
Besides,
keep mine.
We once lived a cat and dog existence. Embroiling you in my affairs won't weigh on my conscience.
I wouldn't be
certainly
surprised
don't
if their
have much
Sunday's
wine
better
if
than
you
mine.
Bring yourself to say something like that.
The one on my main account's
you
pretty
will
good, but this
repay
one,
this favor all
I don't. Nobody's built well on this
After
account.
all, you're only alive today because of me. You owe me that much.
I think the only character who's remotely built well on this account is probably Jing Liu,
Can you get any
who
more conceited?
has been completely useless
When you
until
were
Sunday
abandoned
came
in the
around.
Wild and near your end, I showed you a way to survive and help
And I've
you
got better
escape
people.
the jaws of death. When you were at
Maybe
your wits'
Aglaya,
end and
with her
felt
two-piece
lost about
set.
your future, I did everything within my power to help
I think
you
she's got
safeguard
manageable
your
stats.
position in the family.
Okay, I get it already. You have a way with words, I'll give you that. Still, it's one thing to repay a favor, quite another to knowingly put myself in harm's way. I don't understand. Why are you hell-bent on going back to Penacony? Is this an IPC mission? Did they make you a deal? You can have your freedom back, but in return you must turn against
It is
all
dark
whom you once
outside.
called
I should
family or
turn
something
the
like
outside
that?
light on.
Regrettably, Lady Bonajade didn't drop so much as a hint about it.
Go now. You are free, O Chosen One, who dare to exceed his bounds. Sever your wings, descend to the mortal realm, and walk their lands.
There we go. That makes using the key to
See
get
what
in
this
easier.
world is truly like.
I will not accept your charity.
As I mentioned earlier, it's a trade, and you don't have to give me an answer right now. Rewards are not reaped in a day, and if there's one thing I'm best at, it's waiting. The sweet dream still continues, and the night is still long. You have plenty of time to contemplate your answer.
She only left me with a most intriguing message before setting me free. As for whether I can afford the price of my freedom, I'll only know when I find out what it is.
But nothing good ever comes out of being in the IPC's debt.
I'll cross that bridge when I get to it. For now, there's still some time before that payment is due, so why not exercise the right to freedom that I've just regained?
By walking straight into a trap?
Or by making amends for past deeds. When it's time to go, this will be farewell for good. So, before I leave Penacony, I'd like to take some time to look back on all the events that have taken place.
Can't you just look back on it from a distance?
There's something else I want to do too. The embryo of philosophy may have fallen, But the Order in Penacony wasn't built in a day. This sweet dream is likely to still contain residual traces of the Oak family's influence.
Get off your high horse. The other 4 families are more than capable of working things out on their own.
I might have gone astray, but others shouldn't have to clean up after my mistakes.
Then you should also know that the IPC isn't gonna help you a second time. If you fall into the family's hands again, you're done for.
You know how it is. Old habits die hard. The tie should be on the center line. The shirt must not protrude.
If I recall,
from the
though, at
vest.
least this
Trouser
story
creases should be perfectly straight.
has a
and
boss
always
fight.
aligned with the tips of your shoes.
So we'll have fun eventually.
We should always ensure that everything is in order before walking out the door. The same applies when bidding my home farewell, too.
But what has Ideen Park got to do with you? Don't
Okay,
tell
I am
me
using
that
my
the
Sunday.
Founder is one of your disguises.
I'm not that old.
Oh, come on. Take a joke, will ya?
Sorry, but park facilities are out of order. Refurbishment works are currently underway. Please come back again later.
That sounds familiar.
I'm aware of the situation. You can skip the report.
What? What are you talking about? I need... Mr. One Week, please excuse me. I should have recognized you earlier. I must be more tired than I realized.
I want to know what's going on in there. You'll tell me, won't you?
Every time I see Mr. One Week's name,
There's nothing much to say, actually.
the song
The
One Week by
Bloodhounds
Bare
are
Naked
just as
Lady
baffled
starts
as you
playing in
are.
my head.
My guess is that it's simply part of the aftermath of the stellar.
I don't know
events.
if that's a good thing or a bad thing.
Aftermath?
I don't think anybody else
You are?
has a decision on whether that's a good thing or a bad thing because it
Renowned
only plays in my
Mr.
head.
Workday.
It's something I just have to
He works for
contemplate
me.
if I
Don't know
care.
him?
Oh, I see. Pardon my ignorance, sir. Coming back to the topic of the park, let's just say that it has been recently observed that certain behaviors are not tolerated around here.
What happens if you violate the prohibitions?
It's baffling, but corrective measures will be taken. It's kind of difficult to explain. Maybe you'd like to see for yourself?
Yeah, that works. Can you keep watch over the entrance? We'll go in and have a look for ourselves.
Corrective measures. Does that mean battles?
Please
I
take
forget.
these notes with you. They may come in handy.
It's been more than 1 week. It's been months, I think, since this came out.
shouldn't have
Because
said
usually
that
every
just
patch
now.
is 6 weeks.
It'll only make us look suspicious.
We're at the end of the patch we're currently on. I think this
Said
is the one
what?
before that. So this would have
Mr.
come out
Workday.
12 weeks ago. Almost.
I was just telling the truth. I've always found this name to be more suitable for you. So, why are we here? You managed this park before?
You could say that. I was still a child back then. To become the bronze Melodia of the Oak family, I'd gone under Mr. Gopherwood's tutelage. We were taking a walk in the park like any other day, when he suddenly hit on the idea to have me manage the park. Within the domain he demarcated, my every word would hold the force of law. In hindsight, that was probably the first time that I enforced order.
You rose through the ranks soon after. I take it that you must have done a pretty good job.
Quite the contrary. I made a terrible mess of things. Fortunately, the tourists thought of it as nothing more than a spell of merrymaking.
Was that his way of training you?
Perhaps he was just using an approach with lighter consequences to show me what he'd learned in life. That there is never an ideal paradigm when it comes to rules. If the enforcer is incapable of introspection, then even regulations once laid down with the noblest of intentions will eventually become defiled. This place is no exception. The distorted after echoes of the Order will only add to the chaos.
Let's see what we have on these notes.
Notes. Okay. Now, what we noticed for now, go over things when I meet the others later. Park rules are no consumption of food other than burgers, especially ice cream.
And weave.
Rude. I mean, I like burgers. It's fine. Only cast and crew members are allowed on the stage. That makes sense. Be kind to birds. Okay. Do not discard trash in trash cans. That's kind of where trash belongs. Please do not use Soul Glad bottle caps sold by the Dream Jolt Troop when experiencing the attractions. Okay, you have to use tokens. Duh. Handstand walks around flower beds are prohibited. Attention, conducts that have not been mentioned are not necessarily safe.
Reshape fate and weave.
They just have not yet been reviewed. Okay.
No consumption of food except for burgers. What? Handstand walks around flower beds are prohibited. Now let's not worry about how the Bloodhounds figured this one out. Huh. I reckon the worst that can happen for this one is that they'll flip you back on your feet. Say, why don't you test it out this time? I'd love to see you do a handstand.
No, thank you.
It'd be more fun if you did. Oh, there's a bird?
Be kind to birds.
Looks like some rules weren't distorted. That's a word-for-word account of what I said back then.
Did you make this rule because your sister is named Robin?
No, it was for Mr. Gopherwood. He used to stop by the park to people watch and appreciate the vibrancy of life. This was his way of recharging whenever things wore him out. I wanted him to rest undisturbed.
Yeah, I thought the sewers were filled with Soul Glad. At this place, that makes sense. For thinking that. Turns out it's just water. What a bummer. Go back to young Master Gold and ask for some fruit.
No consumption of food other than burgers, especially ice cream. Please tell me you didn't make this rule.
I have nothing against desserts. The only reason I made that rule is so that people can learn to wait in line in an orderly manner for things, instead of shoving and jostling people around.
What happens if I break the rule?
It's as the Bloodhound said. Corrective measures will be enforced.
Huh. Try me.
Wait, don't...
Blink of an eye, the ice cream vanished into one weak stomach.
Ah. Huh. So, where are those corrective measures?
That's odd.
Didn't I tell ya? The family can take care of the issue without you having to get involved. Next on the list is the stage. Let's go and check it out. Only cast and crew members are allowed on the stage. A surprisingly reasonable rule.
And an easy one to test. Neither of us is part of the cast or a crew member. Let's try it out.
Huh?
Let's try that again.
He just teleported us. Is that a corrective measure?
What's going on?
Guide those who have lost their way back onto the right path. Looks like this is an example of the corrective measures that the Bloodhound mentioned. It's exactly what I would have done back then.
I would have preferred people attacked
You've
us like
been
security or something.
iron-fisted since you were little, haven't you?
That would have been more fun.
Wait a sec. If this is how violations are corrected, then everything that I ate just now...
I tried to warn you. How do you feel?
Now, I'm feeling murderous.
In any case, say what you will, but I can't sit by and do nothing. Not when I'm
So
the
like
cause
what?
of all
Did
this
the
trouble in ID
ice cream he ate turn into a
There's
hamburger?
no need to
Or?
involve the Dream Weavers. I'll fix these distortions once and for all.
What's the plan?
Nothing complicated. All distortions have their roots. We'll be able to trace them to the source once they manifest. Breaking a few rules will do. We just need to make sure that the corrective measures that will be implemented aren't too much for us to handle. When a distorted after echo manifests to correct us, I'll be able to pinpoint its whereabouts. Then, I'll use the power of tuning to heal the dreamscape.
I guess that's a plan.
So, can I take it that rules are meant to be broken now?
Huh. Huh.
Please do not use Soul Glad bottle caps sold by the Dream Jolt troupe while experiencing the attractions. The Dream Jolt troupe, where? Are they hiding or something? Please do not use the Dream Jolt troupe, where?
Oh, they won't let me actually use it. I guess I don't have a bottle cap. We'll use this one first. I definitely should have
Not
trash to put in the
discard
trash cans.
Trash in trash cans. This is absurd. Did you make this rule too?
Children tend to be fascinated by such paradoxes. I was no exception.
Forget it. I don't even know how to joke about this. Well, what do you suggest we throw in?
I do have trash. Here we go. Let's put it in.
Something's happening.
It became golden trash.
What is this? A woodcutter's trash can?
We're not breaking enough rules. We should look elsewhere, too.
Oh, okay. I needed to get the bottle cap from this guy.
Oh, there it is. Found a good hiding spot, didn't ya? Come on, let's buy some bottle caps from it.
Just one moment.
Let me translate that for you. Who are you trying to pay with your spare change?
Ugh. I'm afraid you're going to have to handle this if it isn't enough.
Handle this? Handle what? Wait, is that really all you've got on you?
May I remind you that I am currently on the run?
Whew. Luck's on our side. Looks like we scraped together just enough.
Okay. Now we can see what this is
Shall
supposed
we
to
give
do.
this capsule machine a try and see what happens?
Yo, I heard you like gacha. So we put gacha in your gacha.
Nothing's off so far. Maybe we should open the capsule?
You shouldn't have done that. Punishment is now inevitable.
They can't be seriously going that far, right? No. Hey, look out!
Finally, a fight.
No consequence.
A little honesty would do us good. Time for resolution.
Heard the call. Tormented doubt farewell. In this mortal form, watch over you and guide you on your path.
Of no great concern.
Okay.
There's no power like...
Countless threads. Thus our fates become one.
Fiends or devils, I'll crush them all!
So fragile, like a wisp of silk.
We'll overcome the thorns. Serenity is before me.
All lies shall be revealed.
Oh, good. It's a multi-wave. I was gonna be so upset if it was only a single wave battle after all this time.
So fragile, like a wisp of silk.
Let's play. Can you find the answer?
It's of no consequence. Tormented doubt farewell. This mortal form. Watch over you and guide you on your path.
Yeah.
All lies shall be revealed.
Get them!
I'll go easy this time.
So fragile, like a wisp of silk.
Well, now we'll be at full charge for Goliath the next battle. So you just start off that way. Whenever that will be. A year from now. I didn't mean a year from now to get back to the game, computer. I meant next battle.
To do that, they could have just recalled the capsule.
Perhaps making the attractions no longer just attractions is another corrective measure?
Ugh. Aren't the rules being too finicky with words?
Enough. The location of the distortion is nearby.
See, after echoes. Oh, this is just elemental sight from Genshin. That's genuinely all it is.
Oh, there it is. Huh. It does look somewhat like you.
Time for it to disappear for good.
Reveal thyself unto me, as is customary. All creatures endowed with eyes bear souls of equal worth.
Whoa, it worked. The IPC totally should have sent someone to keep an eye
Looking
on
at the
you.
time, frankly, I don't
Aren't
think
they
we're finishing
worried that
this
you might
quest
make a
today either.
comeback
I
in
don't think we're
Pentaconia
getting
and
Tam
grow a
Forest
new
today.
pair of wings?
So long as there
Maybe we
remains
could
a
get close to
community
finishing
below
this one.
profile,
I think it's
no
probably
threat
going to
to
take
them.
more than an hour to do. I don't remember how
That's
long
true.
it was.
Come to think of it, you had always been in the spotlight.
But
as a respected
I'm
member of
definitely
the
stopping
elite
for
or
dinner
weak.
whenever that comes up.
When was the last time you fell into the mud? All the way back during your childhood days?
Sometime before I turned 6. Like most boys would, I tried to fly with my ear feathers, only to fall into a pit. I almost broke my halo.
That was sarcasm, in case you didn't realize. But whoa, you actually remember something like that?
You never forget times of failure. It's only human nature.
I hate his earwings. Him and
Probably
Robin.
the only one who'd consider
Like,
something like
I like
that a
Robin as a
failure.
character, so Sunday's personality aside, it's just like a design thing I hate about both of them. I get that's what they're supposed to be. It's like they're these, are they Halovians or whatever, these angel people. But it looks like their head wants to leave their neck and fly away. I wish the wings were somewhere else.
What is it this time?
Just looking back.
But nothing's there.
That's the whole point of revisiting a place. When I look at everything here, the memories are so fresh, it's as if it all only happened yesterday. When the younger me tasted failure here, I ran myself ragged to fix the mess. I thought myself no longer the same person as before. But it looks like I was just going round in circles. I'm glad for this chance to look back on my past in this way. Come now. We should go. This will be a long farewell.
Ugh.
So, where are we heading next?
OT Mall. There are bloodhounds stationed along the way, though. It might be better to take a quieter route.
I don't mean to meddle, but I'd advise you to stay away from that place.
Did something happen?
There isn't any concrete information yet, but anomalies have been reported around the area. The family is currently investigating. You okay?
I'm fine. The Stellaron incident may have been quelled, but who is to say that nobody has another agenda? Thanks for the tip, sir. We'll make a detour. May you stay safe, too.
Hold on. Sweet Dreams are technically safe, but it would be wise to look out for oncoming vehicles.
Thank you.
Whew, that was no ordinary passerby. It's a miracle that he didn't see through your disguise.
The Astral Express should have departed a long time ago. Why is he still in Penacony?
Oh, because we're meandering.
We needn't change our plans because of him.
For no reason.
But be sure
You
to
know,
keep your
let
guard
people
up.
like you on. Pick
I
up
hope
Ting
nothing
Yun, who's
terrible
here
has
for
fallen
some
upon
reason. or-
Penacony while I was in captivity the
Actually, I
last
think we
few
already
days.
had her and we just decided to stop here. I don't know. I don't remember. They'll explain it, but it's like...
Come now.
It's dumb.
It's time we set off.
It's just so they could
Let's
reintroduce
not stick too close
characters
to,
to be
each other,
playable.
Just in case.
That
Few feet or so
basically
between
people
us will do.
demanded be playable, even though I think they should have remained unplayable. I mean, well, technically... technically, Ting Yun was always playable. Just not her fugue form. Should have left her dead. They should have killed Sunday. Game would have been better off. Better story. But for some reason, people like Sunday too much. Did I miss it? I don't know why people like Sunday. I was following the thing. Oh well. I'm gonna ignore it and keep following. Go in a complete circle for no reason. Why didn't you do this the first time I passed through this exact spot?
Seems I let my wishful thinking get the best of me. Will you at least give me a chance to explain?
I will, but before I do, put your hands behind your back and answer my questions in short sentences.
Short sentences?
I need to make sure your words aren't concealing any dangerous incantations.
I can't believe I've left everyone with such a peculiar impression of me. Please, believe me when I say that I didn't come back here with ill intent. Penacony will never experience the Order again, either.
I'm afraid I won't be taking your words at face value, not after how
Boy.
you wielded the power of harmony. Answer me. What are you doing here?
Yeah, actually, I might just cut it early
Looks like there's
anyway.
only one way
Or
to
I
gain
guess
your
early.
trust.
Late.
Come on out, 1 week.
I just noticed I've been streaming for
found
like
ourselves
almost
an
4.5 hours. So I think at about the, after this scene or whatever, 4.5 hour mark, I'm just going to cut it. We'll do our pulls.
So, it was
Like the
the
3 that
IPC
we
that
have,
freed
maybe
you.
4 at this point.
My
That'll
sister
be
has
it.
likely made an agreement of some sort with them. As for how I'm able to move
I'm just
around
starting to feel it.
freely in Penacony, I have 1 week to thank for that. As you can see, I've only returned to my home to bid it farewell. Would you be kind enough to give
Haven't
me a
eaten
chance
today.
to say goodbye, so that I may
Well,
leave without regrets?
I had a banana today, which we have plenty on the counter there.
Agreed. But until you leave Penacony for good,
So I should start thinking about
you
dinner
stay
anyway.
by my side.
But I also have other things I
You
want to
have
work
my
on.
gratitude.
I left my home in a hurry too. I know how it feels. That said, I can't make this call by myself. My companions need to know about this too.
The Astral Express crew is in Penacony too?
Come with me. We'll go find them. You come along too.
Okay, okay. Boy, this is gonna be a party.
Okay, yeah, I think that's it. Let's open this. Yeah, figured we'd have at least one more achievement. These ones just kind of auto tick as you pass through the story anyway. And we'll warp. And we'll leave. That's what we're doing. Already got Aglaya. We don't have Silver Wolf, but I think Robin's just more important. Actually, there's less than 6 days, or no, there's a little over 6 days, less than 7 days left until oh, that's junk. The next patch. I didn't even pay attention to what that was. Junk. Okay. Last one. Cool. As expected. I recently got a Aglaya, so at best what we were probably going to get was a 4-star anyway, but I was expecting nothing but 3-star light counts. Thank you all for watching, whether it's here in the present, you're watching the VOD afterwards, whatever, I don't care. It's great that you watched. Normal schedule, keeping on. I don't know if I'm going to play any of this tomorrow because of normal Wednesday schedules. If I do, it'll be short and early. But you'll definitely see us on Thursday for Game Central Junction. And in the meantime,